Hope it's alright. Yeah, it's alright.
That's correct.
It's alright.
Yeah. 10 now. Exodus chapter 8 and 10. And he said tomorrow, and he said, be it according to thy word that thou mayest know that there is none like unto the Lord our God. Yeah, I just read that one. He raised up Pharaoh. He raised him up to show the nations the power. Yeah. That's why he rose him up. And the frog shall depart. Right. And the frog shall depart from thee, and from thy house, and from thy servants, and from thy people. They shall remain in the river only.
Yep, go on.
So they got a little bit of a breather there, because Pharaoh had to eat that humble pie. And Moses and Aaron went out from Pharaoh, and Moses cried unto the Lord because of the frogs which he had brought against Pharaoh. And the Lord did according to the word of Moses, and the frogs died out of the houses and out of the villages and out of the fields.
And let me say this, bro, in the spirit.
The movie just started. This is where it just started.
When you put curses on people, yeah, like be careful when you throw up curses on people, because man is very temperamental, and sometimes, I mean, that's a saying of Benjamin, the two sometimes. 1 minute you're on, 1 minute you're off. Yeah? But the scripture says, what you bound on earth shall be bound in heaven, and what you loose on earth shall be loosed in heaven. Sometimes in the moment when you're angry at someone, it's best just to not even think about it. Just let it go sometimes. Because let's say you put a curse on someone, more time, 2 months later, you forgive the person in your heart. You don't even care about it. But because you bound the curse in heaven, the Lord will fuck them up. And now you're okay with the person, they get fucked up. So putting curses on individuals is a very serious thing, man. Because the Lord said, yeah, He will get you in the 3rd and 4th generation, man. You know how many years that is later? We're talking 80 plus years, man. The Lord could get you for one small violation you did 80 years ago, at minimum. But then 2 months down the line, we forgive people, man. So you can put a curse on someone, and now you're cool with them. Now they get fucked up, and you remember the evil curse you put upon them in the name of the Lord. So be careful with that, man. Because we're not like the Lord, man. The Lord don't forget shit. Man will forget shit. Man will get over things quick. But the Lord will hold things against you, man. So if you put a curse on someone and then you forgive them not too long after, don't be surprised if when you're cool now, they get fucked up.
And you know too, as well, the Lord is also a balanced power. We're not balanced.
We're not balanced, man.
So you gotta just like the Hawk was saying, you gotta be careful. When you ask for it. Because also it says in the scriptures too that what is it? Life and death is in the power of the tongue.
Yeah.
You gotta be careful when you place a person.
You think you got it together, you think you know the whole puzzle from A to Z, and here it is halfway through, you change your mind. The Lord said He changeth not, man. We're fucking men, bro. You changing your mind, you are, nah, I'm cool now, yeah, it's alright. Yeah, you done cursed the brother out, whatever, man. Be careful with that shit, man. Like Paul, Saul to Paul, man. He was fucking killing the believers, man. He had the encounter with the Lord that changed his heart. You can have an encounter with Yahweh Hashem Yahushua that changes your whole outlook to the brotherhood, man. But you don't fucking kill people with your tongue. That's why most times it's important just to slow the fuck down, pray, and be careful before you say things and make decisions, man. Because you can make a decision on a brother's life, you don't even know what the fuck you've done, man. Next thing you know, the brother's all fucked up and it's your fault, man. That's why Paul, he felt like shit, because he knew that dead saints was on his shoulders. How about that? There was believers that died because of at the hand of Saul before he was changed to Paul, man. You thinking you got it together, man? You ain't fucking got it together, man. The one who's got it together is Yahweh Hashem Yahushua. We're trying to be like the Lord, man. Kiss the Son, lest He be angry. Pharaoh thought he had it together. Next thing you know, we're reading it. He started consulting Moses. Yeah, well, you know, you're God. How about we come to an agreement? No, but 2 seconds ago, he was dead against the Israelites. That's why the scripture says, time and chance happeneth to them all, man. You think you ain't got shit together, man. I'm talking to myself, bro. You ain't got shit together, man. You thinking, yeah, I just got it. Yeah, plan A to Z. Yeah, this is gonna work. You don't fucking know that.
And as well as it's in the scripture that faith is a gift, as well as the Holy Spirit. The Lord gave all of that to us. We don't give it to us to ourselves.
Yeah.
So it's really for us to be like, yo, like we gotta know where we stand, that we're vulnerable.
Right.
You know, that we're also this another one I'm looking for too. You know when you can like you could be within his faith, but then expendable, there you go.
You're expendable.
We're also expendable.
You could be here today and gone tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Yeah, I'll read this quickly, right? This is in Psalms 19 and 46. Let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart be acceptable in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer.
So David was, go back to Exodus 8. David was understanding that he could be talking shit. That's pretty much what that scripture means, man. David realized he has the potential to be talking fucking shit, man, in the name of the Lord. Yeah, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna do that, and this means that, and yep. You know, because Jake, man, let's be honest, man. You know, in the world, we all had a level of pride, but even in the truth, you gotta beat that pride demon, man.
Yeah, you gotta keep fighting it.
You gotta keep fighting it off, man. In the world, because Jake is good, we're the salt of the earth, we're good at everything we put our hands to. That kind of gets to your head. Yeah, I can just do this. Yep. That's a demon. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart, because you can be so confident in a demonic thought, you don't even realize it. You're now becoming Satan.
You know, look at all the song. All the song on the breakdowns, don't you?
Yeah.
Right?
But he's Satan.
But he's Satan.
He's Satan.
Yeah.
He because Shaitan, adversary against the truth, against the Lord, he's become Satan, man. Even David is saying that, but in another lifetime, as Peter, Yahweh Shai had to curse him out. Get thee behind me, Satan. You think you're saying the right thing? Nah, don't die. We fucking talking about you're gonna go get whipped and crucified, and then after 3 days you're gonna somehow rise. Don't do that. Just stay with us. That's the right thing, bro. That seems like the right thing in the flesh. Yahweh Shai responded, get thee behind me, Satan. You prick. He didn't say Peter, he said Satan, man. So he said, let the words of my mouth and the meditation of my heart, the mind. The scripture says the heart is desperately wicked, man. Sometimes you can be thinking things, and it's like, when you catch yourself, this is Satan, man. That's why we can't really be proud, because when you filter your thoughts, you realize 99% of your thoughts are wicked, and that 1% is the truth, man. Because we're in the flesh, man. You know, 99% of our thoughts are fucking wicked, man.
Well, that's what Solomon said. Solomon also mentioned that too. He said that the thoughts of men are vain. You see, so this is the thing, and this is why we can't trust in our hearts. We ain't really made right. And then if you trust in yourself too much, you get cocky, you get confident. Again, he was talking about prideful, and then you start uttering all kind of nonsense. Like my man said, well, he my guy, but he's a brother, of course. Yeah. But I'm just saying, he says some off shit like, oh yeah, F-R-E-R. That's because he's proud. You know, he feeling himself. He got to live. You know, he got the position he got, and then he give himself this lofty title.
Chief priest.
Yeah, the high chief priest.
High chief priest Al-Azhar.
Al-Azhar.
When you talking, as the elders saying, you talking shit about high priest Ariel.
Mm-hmm.
You read Zechariah the 3rd chapter, filthy garments. In the reincarnation, that's the Apostle John. Dickhead, man. That shows you how far pride will take you down of a dark path. That you think you're so much the shit, that you're talking shit about Yahweh Shai's beloved. But because you, as the elder said, because you read the breakdowns and you know the breakdowns, you think you're safe in that. No, we know the breakdowns and we always push that, but you're not safe because you know them. Because you could know the breakdowns and still be prideful, man. Here it is, this guy knows the tribe of Levi and the breakdowns of John. But you're talking shit about the same man you're breaking down scriptures from. Even on the side, the chart, the majority of the breakdowns you're teaching, who did it come from? That's why the scripture says, I marvel that ye are so soon removed from what ye have been taught. Why? As the elder said, the pride demon, man. That pride will fuck you all the way up, man.
Have you believing in things that's not even real? Like you got, there it is, man. You got this megalomaniac vision of yourself. Like the scriptures also says that a man ought to not think above that which is what he is. So right now, as it stands, the reality of the situation we're in as a people and as mankind in general, we ain't really shit. We're at the base level that we've ever been in a long time. Okay? Because in the ancient world, man, men were much more greater. Men were much more stronger, much more wiser in every step of the way. But we've become extremely base. And the thing of it is well, like, as you're talking, brother, right, as I'm thinking too, Yahweh Shah, last time I checked, when you read the scriptures, Yahweh Shah was healing the sick. So if you have this thought process and you think you got it all together, then, man, you're in the wrong spirit. That's why it also mentions in Matthew 5 that the meek shall inherit the earth.
That's yeah, beautiful. See, beautiful. It's a tradition, man. You thinking you got it all together? Well, the Lord has no business with you. But He said, "I came for the sick." That I got it together spirit is a demon, man. It's a facade and it's a demon.
That's it. And that's as far as it goes. Like you can't come in this knowledge and this understanding with the mindset of, oh well, you know, I'm the high chief priest, and like the brother said, I got it all together and everything else. Listen, man, and plus when you have that mindset too, what you're doing is you're avoiding, what is it? You're prohibiting growth. Because that's what you want to do. You want to grow in this knowledge, right? So if you already got it together and can't make it tell you shit, like Kanye West said, like you can't tell you in that Kanye West spirit, you can't tell me nothing, right?
Houseway.
Right, exactly, right? So with that in mind, you can't grow. You can't grow, man. Yeah, good water, bro. Yeah, man. Yeah, like I was saying, like at the end of the day, and either brothers can bounce backwards and forwards. I know when I talk, right, I can just talk forever. Okay, all right, bro. Yeah, so you know, like the brother was saying, you know, just to hop on that topic right there. Like you don't want to be the kind of brother you want to be what is it, like self-willed, self-driven. Like whatever comes to the mind, you're gonna act. You don't have to act whatever comes to the mind all the time. Sometimes it's just best to just let things be and let things play out the way it gotta be. You know what I mean? And also the scriptures also mentioned about suffering too. Okay, so sometimes you gotta suffer necessary evils too, like the apostle Gabar did that. He did a lesson about how you got necessary evils. You got false prophets among us, and they have to play their part. Yeah, so you read what you got.
Yeah. It's the same one, but I'll go up a little bit in the verse. Psalms 19 and mentioned it. 13 it says, keep back thy servants also from presumptuous sins,
right.
Let them not have dominion over me.
Beautiful scripture, man. Keep thy servants back from presumptuous sin. What does it mean to be presumptuous? Meaning to be caught up in yourself, to be self-willed. It's another way of saying it.
Yeah.
So you don't want to be self-willed. Like this world will teach you, do as thou wilt, like the Nike sign tells you. Right? Just do it. That's the spirit of this world. But we come in a different spirit. Because of this knowledge tells us what? Disciples have been Yahushua. What does the word disciple mean? The word disciples mean to be disciplined. So instead of us acting like children, like you haven't been taught anything, man, guess what? You renounce it with it. Like Paul said, I was a child, but when I became a man, I learned to put away childish things. So this truth turns you into a man. Okay? And as a man, you're supposed to hold some kind of discipline in yourself. Like it also mentions in the book of Proverbs too, that a man that cannot control his soul, it's like a what is it? It's broken down and without rules. There you go. Let's read on with that, my brother.
Which makes the point as well, we just said as well. Then shall I be upright, and I shall be innocent from the great transgression.
Right, and therefore I will be upright, and most importantly, you will be innocent from what? Your sins. So the thing of it is, like the brother was saying, he's absolutely correct. You gotta be what? Disciplined in what you're talking about.
Yeah.
and what you pray for as well. You got to be disciplined in that. All right, because sometimes you can say the wrong thing, and that one word that you say, or a couple of words that you say, can bring you to condemnation. You might put a curse on your brother, and the Lord might put that same curse on you. So you got to be always like circumspect in yourself. Like if you can, brother, give me Matthew 7. And the most key, and one of the key things in this truth really is to love your brother, to just be a brother. That's the most key thing in this truth. On one of the things is to just simply be a brother. You know what I mean? Like if you got a brother in your camera and you ain't really cool with, man, like you're supposed to really like smash that and just try to be cool. Because the whole thing of the matter is that Yahushua is bringing the sheep together. As we just was going into, I believe it was last week or something. We're going, you know what I'm talking? Yeah.
Matthew chapter 7, starting at verse 1. Judge not that ye be not judged, for with what judgment ye judge, ye shall be judged, and with what measure ye meet, it shall be measured to you again.
Exactly. So you gotta always be aware of that. Like, make sure that you're judging the brother upright. And the scriptures actually breaks it down to you in your pocket, where the scripture says, what is it? Examine the truth. All right, examine the whole truth, and then cast the blame.
Yeah, understand first, then review.
Then review. So there you go. All right, but you got Jake out here, man. You know they'll do that. They'll be in the faith, and they'll like pretty much rush all of that all together, and you know, pretty much place false words on the brother, man. All right. So we're supposed to be on point. Go on now.
Verse 3, and it says, and why beholdest thou the mote in thy brother's eye, but considerest not the beam that is in thine own eye?
Yeah. Like, why consider the beam that's in why don't you consider the issue that you got within yourself? Like I've always said, man, like it's easy to point the finger. Oh yeah, look what you did. Look, you did this wrong, and etc. But what about what you doing? What about how the Lord sees? Because that's how we're going to be judged at the end of the day. You're not going to be judged right because you placed the judgment on a man, right? That you deemed it wasn't right. You know, the Lord is going to judge you according to the things that you think. Now we can judge people, but let it be within the confines of the scriptures. Most important. You know. So yeah, what I want to do is I want to change the topic a little bit because you know there's things going on around concerning the American dollar. How the American dollar is basically
Being dropped.
Yeah, being dropped to nothing. Yeah, pretty much. And you got the BRICS. You got all of these other countries. I believe it's like 110 countries now that's joining the BRICS. And again, that's deteriorating. Once was the world reserve currency. All right. So if you can, brother, give me someone give me the book of what is it? 1 Peter's 1. And oh, well, let's get in, man. I'll save this. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah, can you get me Numbers 23 and verse 7? Numbers 23 and verse, you can start with verse 16. And we're going to get this first though. Let's read on.
Join me from verse 4. First Peter 1 and 4, and inheritance of God. There's something else here.
Now it's something else. I forgot to tell you the exact verse, my bad. You get me 2 Peter 1 and 19. What I need to do is have you brothers read this as well. We're going now.
Right. This is 2 Peter chapter 1, verse 19. It says, we have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto you do well. 2 Peter 1 and 19. We have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto you do well that you take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place, until the day dawn and the day star arise in your hearts.
Yeah, read it again.
2 Peter 1:19 once more, it says, we have also a more sure word of prophecy, whereunto ye do well that ye take heed, as unto a light that shineth in a dark place.
Right, so that's just the point. The point is, in this case right now that we're going into, we're going to touch on a particular topic, is that we have more of a sure word of prophecy. Now, if you look up the word sure in the Greek, the word is, I forgot how you pronounce it, but it's barbeo, something to that equivalent. And it means to what? To be firm, to be stable. So now this needs to read this. Let's read this.
Numbers chapters 23 and 16. And the Lord met Balaam and put a word in his mouth and said, go again unto Balak, and say thus. And when he came to him, behold, he stood by his burnt offering, and the prince of Moab with him. And Balak said unto him, what hath the Lord spoken?
And then also give me Psalms 18 and verse 10.
And he took up his parable and said, rise up, Balak, and hear, hearken unto me, thou son of Zippor. God is not a man that he should lie.
Yeah, so the Most High is not a power that he should lie. All right? And that's what Balak said. Why did he say this? Because he himself was an enlightened man. The Lord pretty much put that spark in him, actually having convinced him to see what the deal was. You know, as the apostles put it, and other brothers will put it, I'm going to put it to you this way. This also shows that the Lord can actually make another nation, or take a man of another nation to become a prophet, to insinuate a point. All right? And the point is in this case, the Lord is a power that when he gives his word, it comes to pass eventually. Now, it may not come to pass whenever you expect it to come to pass, but it comes to pass when the time is right. All right? And in this case, as we keep on going over and over again, is this MOTB, this CBDC, what is it, central bank digital currency thing. All right? This is what's being rolled out right now. Now, this guy here, now I want you to read, read what you got. Read the book of Psalms 18 and what is it, verse, I think it's 23 or 25.
18,
Yeah.
Psalms 18 verse.
Try 20.
It says, for all his statutes were before me, and did not his statutes away from me. That's also
There you go. That's it right there. Oh, it's the spirit right there.
Alright, so Psalms 18 and verse 28 says, for thou wilt light my candle, the Lord Yahweh my God will enlighten my darkness.
Exactly. So that's what the Lord did to us. He enlightened us to know his way, as it is also written. That what is it? How does it go, man? It goes like this. It goes like this, man. How does it go? Oh man, the flesh is kicking in. How does it go? It goes like this. Knowing the Father's will, knowing what the Father's will is. Alright? So in this case, we know that eventually the time is going to come when, and it's right around the corner, by the way, where they're going to set up this digital world and everyone is going to have to be in league with the system. As well as this guy actually puts it. Yeah, so I want you to read that read that again, bro. You read that verse again.
Psalms 18 and 28 again.
And then read this as well, right? Or if you can read it if you want to.
Shall I read it?
No, read that.
Yeah.
It's the article I'm talking about.
I got the article.
Okay.
Psalms 18 verse 28 again. For thou wilt light my candle, Yahweh my God will enlighten my darkness.
Right. The Lord will lighten my darkness. So once again, the Lord has enlightened us to his knowledge and his understanding, and as well as his prophecy. That's why we know the will of the Lord, what the will of the Lord is. Versus coming in this thing and having our own thoughts and what we think and what we feel is going to happen. No. It's all about what the Lord says. Okay? And all of you guys is in these different camps, man, that's not teaching the correct doctrine concerning the MOTB. And you know what we're saying is true. Guess what? You're going to be found out when Yahweh Shah comes back. And prior before that, when the destruction comes, you're going to be perplexed in the mind. All right? Because what we've been saying, what you're going to actually see it for yourself is going to play out. All right? And this is something that every individual should be teaching Like it mentions in the the New Testament, what Paul was saying, that what it is rather is that we all speak the same thing. So yeah, there's different variations of different camps, but we have to speak on the same thing. All right, that's really the deal. So that's it on that. Yeah, so let's get into that right there.
Right, so this is the article from CoinDesk, and it says former CFTC chair Giancarlo, a privacy protecting US CBDC, could take over the world. And it says mass adoption depends on a digital dollar designed to be free of surveillance tools. The Digital Dollar Project co-founder said. And it says a US central bank digital currency, CBDC, that protects privacy and is free of surveillance tools could set a global standard and reach mass adoption, said former Commodity Futures Trading Commission, CFTC, chairman Christopher J. Giancarlo. The US digital dollar will take over the world. Giancarlo, founder of the Digital Dollar Project and senior counselor at Wilkie Farr and Gallagher Digital's Works Unit, told CoinDesk TV First Mover on Monday. He said other countries around the world, notably China, are much further along in creating a CBDC.
Exactly. So that's just the thing. So China's already got the ball rolling, and really what China is like the prototype that every nation is supposed to come. As well as even when you look at the way they got the social score system set up. My man Claude Schwab, he said it best. He said, look, man, he was basically complimenting the way that China was like I said, that set up their social credit score system over there. And he also said that he knows that obviously other countries are going to have to what? Do it in their own way, in my words now, in other words. But that's the prototype that he was putting out there. All right, so this is why now, as we should understand why all of these other nations are now leaving the American dollar to collapse the American dollar. Okay, and once you collapse the American, or they collapse the American dollar, then they can come with what? The digital dollar. And as well as everybody's going to go digital anyway. So if the dollar's going digital, and as well as China is setting the standard, everybody else has to follow through that standard. So this is where the temptation comes in, which the world will be tried by. If you can, brother, hold what you got. Read that in Revelation 3. So this is the most important thing to really talk about. It's this implantable device, this digital world, which is what they're formulating. And I mean, we really don't care if we sound like a broken record. It doesn't really matter. What matters is that we ought to get the warning. And if you take that mark, then guess what? You're going to be destroyed. Okay? So that's what we got to warn you of these things. Verse, I think it's 10.
Galatians 3 and verse 10 says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour of temptation,
Right.
which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwell on the earth.
Right. So what is going to be that temptation which will try the world? Where they're going to set up these ship stations.
Right, bro.
Yeah, I'm
And
just
if
making
everything goes
sure.
digital, then it's going to be automatic. It's going to be made mandatory that you take that mark. And in that time, you're going to have to make up your mind whether you're going to go along with the system or not, for the sake of your life. Are you going to trust in the Lord, or are you going to revert back to the word? So it's going to get very real. It's going to get real, and it's going to get to that point where you're going to, every last one of y'all that's in Israel is going to have to make up that choice in that position. Then it's never going to be about the gimmicks. Then it's never going to be about the folly within Israel. All right, it's going to be real. Do you really believe, or do you not believe? And that's why a lot of guys that don't really teach the correct understanding, the correct interpretation of the MOTE, because really what it is they may very well have to take it themselves. Especially if you're in league with the system. By signing the 501c3 charter. So if you sign a 501c3 charter, you ink the deal with the government. So if the government tells your church to promote the implantable device to your congregation, guess what, nigga? You're going to have to do that. And that's why they don't really go too deep in it. If you see the camp, which has not been compromised, we're okay to go deep into it because guess what? We don't look into hold on to greed. You know, we're free from the clutches of the government. Y'all ain't. So that's why y'all gotta teach that it's always sin. Oh, it's an embargo. It's everything outside of what it really is. And this is something that has to be taught because it's here. It's coming right around the corner. All right. So yeah, with that, brother, tell you what, read Revelations 1 and 3. If I'm correct, where it reads, blessed are they which keep the sayings of his word. Because that's what it's all about. You gotta read the scriptures, eat the whole thing, and this a little book, and teach it. So you eat it and then you teach it. All right? And you don't deviate from that. Because when you do that, guess what? You put yourself in the world of hurt now. Go on, bro.
Yeah, Elder, that's why they bring out that scripture, obey government. Because they're going to say, well, the government said take the chip, so take the chip.
And take exactly. You know what they're going to do too? I'll tell you what, brother, read Romans, 13. This is exactly what they're going to do. All of these 501c3 chartered signed up churches, they're going to read their congregation this scripture and to justify their congregation to taking that implantable device. So if Nate don't get from the clutches of the government, man, then he's going to be destroyed for doing what he's probably about to do. All right? Go on, huh?
From the top, Romans 13. Let every soul be subject unto the higher powers, for there is no power but God. The powers that be are ordained of God.
So that's the scripture that they're going to read. All of these pastors, these major televangelists, they're going to read the scripture to persuade their congregation to actually take them on, because that's what this says. When in fact, that's not what it's saying. What it's saying is you had certain guys within Israel at the time that were zealots, that were against the system at the time. So what Paul was saying is, look, obey the powers that the Lord ordained. Just like how it is right now, the Lord ordained the so-called white man to rule. So we have to go by their laws and their laws and all of that stuff. And if we don't, then guess what? We're going to find ourselves in the pokey. All right? Go on now.
Because they have the 501c3 in the church, also in a lot of these other camps, not GMS, but other camps like ICTK, Purple people, they're all under that charter, the 501c3 charter. So they're going to say, well, we're under they're going to apply this scripture to that. Because they get tax exempts and all kinds of, even in the Christian church back in the day, when they actually brought that out to me. It was new to me then, though, around 2012. And they said, so we can do this, we're going to get tax exempt, and they are therefore rebuilding quick builds, so-called quick builds. So they're all for the government, but backed by the government.
Yes.
So there's certain things they can't deny or exclude.
And that's I don't cut you too, brother. That's why the boys in black, looking like the Black Panther Party, that's why they convinced their followers to go get the pokey.
Yeah.
Oh, it's just it's just a shade, right? Like if you're afraid of it, that means you're weak. You weak nigga. Something like that. He said, man. One of the guys which is in the higher ranking within that church. He said, yeah. So that's why them dudes they'll convince you to go do what the government said to do in the media because they're backed by them. They've been compromised by them. All right. So this is what's going to be the deal. If they don't repent, this is what they're going to find themselves doing.
If I may say, Esau is very cunning, and he knows very well the power of peer pressure, and he's applied that to Jake in the world because of the gang culture. A lot of that goes from peer pressure. Now, what they're trying to do is use peer pressure in the church. Like what you're saying about these guys, if you don't take this thing, you're weak and blah, 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 blah. Esau knows the power of that. That's why he set up certain people to push that agenda, because he knows a lot of people are going to look at what the next man's doing and be like, oh, if he's doing it, why don't I do it too? Exactly. Esau knows this psychology.
Yeah,
back to you.
And that's a beautiful point, because when you have a majority of people that are persuaded to doing something, you yourself are gonna want to follow along because you don't want to be ostracized from the outside looking in.
The whole C19 thing was all about that.
Exactly. You know what I mean? It was nothing more than an experiment as well. So, you know, that's just the bottom line, man, at the matter. You know, at the end of the day, what you just mentioned about the COVID period, again, you know, really that the Lord set that up for a test. To test to see whether you know, where we stand in this thing, man. Do we really believe? And a lot of guys that claim to believe lined up and took the you know, the poke.
That's why the elder Salaka, that guy from the other group, I'm not going to say the name, but he said when he took it, he felt like his faith was gone.
God. Because and you know what too, by him having to undergo that procedure anyway, he didn't believe. So the Lord, okay, and that's why they have these things. These what is it? I call it the VACCINE, right? S's. You can't say the actual word, right? But when you take these things, because there was a there was an old video that was published on YouTube. I think it was recorded in 2005, and they spoke about what this thing can actually do to you, and what it can actually do to you is much compromise your pineal gland, the VMAT2 gene you call it, which are responsible for you connecting with your power. So once that's been compromised, of course you ain't gonna believe anything. All right, and that's why the scripture says, "Trust not thine enemy." And when you do take his shits, what you're basically doing is you're complying and making it comfortable. And that ship is going to be the ultimate of that, right there, really. You brothers got your precepts.
I got the main one, if I may.
Come.
Revelation chapter 13. I start from 15, and it says, "And he had power to give life unto the image of the beast, that the image of the beast should both speak and cause that as many as would not worship the image of the beast should be killed."
Yeah, and the beast again represents this whole entire empire. And it's kind of like when, for example, we live in the Western dominative rulership, this world to be exact. And certain nations have to go in league with the Western system, with whatever they say. And if they don't, some of their prime ministers get capped for it. All right, or they'll drop a couple of drones down there just to send them a message. Okay, so that's what that goes into. But they're gonna apply that with the people. Any one of y'all that don't get down with this implantable device, we're gonna pretty much roll you into an detention center or put you on house arrest. And if you still rebel, then we may take you to a secret location and do all kind of shit to you. Highly likely, probably decapitate your head, cut off your head. All right, going, bro.
Verse 16, "And he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond."
Right, and it says he calls of all. How is he going to cause all? Meaning he's going to use a psychological tactic on you. Okay, he's not going to force it on you. Now, when I say force it, let me correct myself. He will force the mark on you, but he's going to do it to you psychologically. And just like you mentioned, people are persuaded based on peer pressure. All right, and also what most people are persuaded by is the technique of using fear. Yeah. All right, it's like, for example, if there's a fire in your house and you're right next to the fire, guess what? You may break down the window and fall out fall out of your house or your apartment. It could be a high apartment. You could live on the top floor, but if that fire is drawing closer and closer, you're gonna want to drop off. That's what happened with right, that too. But I'm also talking about the World Trade Center. A lot of niggas, some niggas that was in that building went ahead and did themselves in because they didn't want to get burned. Okay, so it's all about fear. There's one of the greatest motivators, the driving force to actually get you to do what it is exactly knows about, right? So that's what Esau's going to use. He's going to use fear because that's the greatest motivator for you to actually correspond with what they're saying to you. Okay? That's what they're going to do. He calls of all, go on.
He causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor.
Small and great. The word small is in that scripture is referring to people that are not known in the society. Great, yeah, lower state. Like we're small, we would be considered small. Those are the great are your celebrities. Those are that they the name for themselves. All right, go on.
Rich and poor, free and bond.
Free and bond. Those that are not, those that are not with contracts and those that are under contracts or in prison. Go on.
To receive a mark in the right hand or in the forehead.
Now, when you look up that word mark, the word mark is karakma. Now, when you go into, I believe, the first word is karax. Now, if you look up the word karakma,
and it says a stamp, an imprinted mark,
right,
branded upon horses, a thing carved, sculptured, or graven work.
yeah, so how are they going to carve? How are they going to carve the mark into? What better way to carve something in? To get that needle that looks like what a pearl stick inserted inside under your skin, right? Inserted into your skin, poke you with the thing, right? And release that implantable device inside of you. That's how they're going to do it.
A scratch or etching as a badge of servitude.
Right, as a badge of servitude. Because what do they really want to do? They want to own and control you. So by you actually taking that mark, you're pledging your allegiance to the system. Therefore, you're marking yourself with death. Because when the Messiah second return, and you know what too, you look at them chip, right? It actually looks like a missile.
It's like a what?
It looks like a missile.
A mini missile.
Yeah, mini missile.
Yeah.
So you take that mini missile, you're gonna get missile on you. That's what's gonna happen to you. So that's what it's all about. It ain't talking about it's a rock, it's Christianity, it's sleeping with the Bible. All of this nonsense that come out of these people's mouths with the interpretation they give to you, right? Come on, dogs. Go on, bro.
I've got this one here. Sirach 10 and I'll start from 1. A wise judge will instruct his people, and the government of a prudent man is well ordered.
Yeah.
As the judge of the people is himself,
Yeah.
so are his officers.
Exactly. So you will become like one unto the beast, man. Once you take that implantable device, and there's going to be those dark suit, tie-wearing individuals that's going to persuade you to go take that, man. Okay? That's it. That's what's going to go down.
A little bit more.
Go on.
And what manner of man the ruler of the city is, such are all they that dwell therein.
Right. And such are those that dwell therein. So
Yep.
whoever the king is, you're going to be in league with that king.
Yep.
But see, with us, we was like that, but we disassociated from our social life. As it is also written in the book of Psalms, blessed are the men that have now, dwelt within the congregation of saints. So
Yeah.
Psalms 1.
Psalms 1. The water, right? So that's where we come in. We've been torn apart from this world to serve another one's interest, which is the greatest interest, which is Yahweh Shai's interest, right? Which he's going to connect us with the Most High. Go on, bro.
Psalms 1 and 1. Blessed is the man that walketh not in the counsel of the ungodly,
Yes.
nor standeth in the way of sinners,
Nor standeth in the ways of sinners.
nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
Nor sitteth in the seat of the scornful.
But his delight is in the law of the Lord Jehovah, and in his law doth he meditate day and night.
And that's what we are. So we're in that part where we're serving the Heavenly Father. We're delighting in His laws and His statutes. That's why we rehearse the righteous acts. So our life is based on serving our power, not serving the system. Now, do we serve the system to get by and by? Yes, of course. Exactly. But we're not really of this world. We don't take on the fashions of this system because we know that this world has nothing to do with the Heavenly Father and His only begotten Son. All right? Go on, bro.
Micah 2 and 10. Arise ye and depart, for this is not your rest. Because it is polluted, it shall destroy you, even with the sword destruction.
Right. That's why a lot of people are going to have to die.
Yeah.
Because what? They've been polluted by a very few witches and warlocks that will tell you that, you can be whatever you want to be, right? You feel like a frog, you can turn yourself into a frog. If you a man and you feel like you in the wrong body, you can change your gender. All of this nonsense. So all of this stuff right here is what defiles a person. It's living accordingly to what they're saying versus living according to the truth. Now the Lord made this up, and that's what this word will do. All right, and then the ultimate end of you being destroyed is you taking that mark. That's gonna be the ultimate. That's gonna be like what the KO blow. All right, that's the knockout blow. Let me put it to you that way. Go on, bro. You gonna still go on?
I've got one if you
No, go on, because I've still got the article if you want.
Come. That's all right. You go on.
It's a quick one then. Revelation 3 and 10 says, because thou hast kept the word of my patience, I will also keep thee from the hour
Just read that. That's the spirit. Just read that. Read it again, though.
of temptation which shall come upon all the world to try them that dwelleth upon the earth. If I could just say something.
Go on.
Because we had that the pandemic, the dragon juice, all these other terms, we know what we're talking about.
Yeah.
That was a temptation there that they put before us. There was a fear factor to it. What they tried to do. Oh, if you don't, you're going to shut down the shops and all this, you ain't going to be able to go to certain places. Some people gave in to the temptation, man. The people that are not in the know gave in to the temptation because they want to go to the Super Bowl or the cafe, the restaurants. So, and it came upon the whole world. It did come upon the whole world. And you know, I was watching as well quickly. I was watching. No, there's an advert that flashed on the YouTube. You know, the stupid advert. And they had one guy from Africa. I think it was Kenya. And he was walking, and they said, "Can you donate money for this guy?" He's not, and to me, he looked like he had Bell palsy and he was all shaky. And I said, "The fucking guy got the jab. He gave him the fucking jab. He got the jab, man."
He got the J.
over there, because they went over to Africa. Talking about that, he says in the whole world, yeah. They went over to Africa, places where it's very destitute and people are poor, where they don't really know what's going on, and because they always been doing that, the missionaries, yeah. And they gave the fucker the jab, and then the whole family, they said, the whole family is sick. And I'm thinking, you motherfucker, you gave him the jab, now you're getting money from the fact that now you're getting, what is it they give you off? They say donate that money there. Charity to help them. What a fucking, you said they're very servant. I got a little bit, at the same time, he got the jab because he's stupid anyway, that's most I will. But these people are dangerous, man.
They sure are. They know how to convince you, man. So if they know how to do all that, then how they gonna really flip the script on you when it comes to you taking that mark? They're gonna flip. What I meant to say, they're gonna flip your mind around, man. Esau knows how to flip your mind around. He don't gotta come to your door and infiltrate your house, hold you down, and put the thing inside it. All they gotta use use the psychological tactics you know how to use. All right, and you know what? Too, a lot of people are not even consciously aware of psychology.
That's right. Yeah.
So they're the ones that's going to take that mark. They're going to be the main ones. But see, we on the other hand, we're like the serpent. What do I mean by that? Meaning we're wise, just like how he's wise. We understand how things operate. The scripture says that you can't deceive the elect. It's not possible to deceive us. As it is also written that the Lord has given us a function that we know all things. From the least to the greatest, be not ignorant of anything. That's in the Apocrypha. So we know everything, man. Okay? Go on, bro.
Yeah, just to back up the elder's point, this is the etymology of the word causeth from Revelation 13 and 16.
Okay.
G4160, and it says to make a thing out of something, to appoint, to ordain, to put forth, to suggest, to bear or shoot forth. So just to back up the elder, he's not gonna come and pin you down. He's gonna make society work in a certain way where it suggests a certain lifestyle where you can't escape from it. To bear, to shoot forth, to acquire, to ordain. So he's gonna basically back you up into checkmate where you ain't got another choice.
Right. And just like you mentioned the word ordain. So if the system is going digital, then it's gonna be what? Ordained for you to take the implantable device. You're not gonna have a choice. It's just like right now, people have the choice to want to take an implantable device. You got several companies out there, but there's one that I remember right now called Biotech, right? And people are going over to these companies to receiving the implant by choice. But when they actually transform the system to a digital setting, it's going to be ordained for you to take that mark. And that's when that temptation is going to come. That's what the COVID was all about. That was an experiment test. Yeah. All right. Go on, bro.
Proverbs 22:3 says, a prudent man foreseeth the evil and hideth himself, but the simple pass on and are punished.
Yeah. So how do we know? How do we know that that was an experiment? Because we did our research and found that was the case.
Yeah.
Yeah. And plus, we already had our mind already made up. So it wasn't like when Esau did what he did, oh, I don't know what to do.
Yeah, exactly.
My mindset was, okay, if there's a particular variant floating around, if I gotta die, then I gotta die. That was the will of the Lord. Okay? That was my mindset. And I ain't gonna go take Esau's BS. So it's the same thing when all hell breaks loose. When they administer that mark.
Yeah.
If I have to start to death, then that's the Lord's will. If I have to be taken to an institution, a camp, then I have to suffer. Okay, because at the end of the day, what it's all about between me and my power is me doing what I have to do to serve the interest of my power. All right, that's the key duty of man. Remember that the key duty of man is to serve the Lord.
Yep.
Okay, and to keep His commandments, not the commandments of man, which cometh and goeth, or you trying to uphold to a system that cometh and goeth, but to a power which is eternal. Right? And when you pass away, you're gonna go back to that same power. You're gonna be feeling fucking stupid, man. Because you wanted to correspond with a man that perished.
Precept.
So fuck these, like the brother said, man. Fuck these souls.
Right. Revelation 12:11, and they overcame him by the blood of the Lamb,
Right,
and by the word of their testimony,
right.
and they loved not their lives unto the death.
And they love not their lives even unto death. They follow the Lamb. That's the key point. They follow the Lamb whether so he goes. Am I correct?
Yeah.
So it's already written that we would have overcame with that mentality of following the Lamb whether so he would. How do we follow the Lamb? By the book. Okay? Ezekiel tells us to eat the whole roll as what was first commanded unto him. So when you eat the whole roll, you're going to teach the roll and you put the roll into activation. And then it becomes real to you. Then you start to realize, wait a minute, this one ain't got nothing for me out here. You start to realize Yahushua got way more for us than what the world can offer.
That's right.
So now you come to have this thought in your mind that you're trapped in this faith. Like Paul said, I've become a prisoner of hope. So that's what we all represent. We're all prisoners of hope. That's exactly what we are. We don't have a choice to be. And I'm talking about the sincere monks. Oh, I don't really feel this truth anymore. I'm gonna just go back into the world.
Oh,
nigga, there ain't nothing in the world.
Yeah.
All right, if the Most High give you this knowledge to a certain level of degree as you progress, especially when you've been in this thing for a while, you start to realize you ain't going back to shit. All right.
Can I just say,
Go on, bro.
I mentioned it to you, the Yum in the week. No, not even two. A couple of people just left from Chicago camp and other camps, quite prominent. I mean, they've been around for a little while because of the grape thing. The grape, the grape.
I know what you're talking about.
So you said what we going back into, but he was saying the elder Apostle Tahar was saying, so it was in them, I think the two from Chicago and others. It must have been in them they was carrying it in them for a while. He said a month after the Passover. He was.
They just left.
They said someone came up to the camp talking about the grape. What's his name? Brother Polite. And brothers was handling it, and the ones that was alongside said, "Why did they handle it like that? You shouldn't handle it like that." If I'm saying it correctly, you know. And they said they didn't like the way it was handled, so they're not happy with it. But that is how the way the Most High wheeled their man. It was in them. And another one more. He said something else. He said there was two that wanted to come to the Passover, around the Passover. They wanted to come, right? And they looked a bit. The elder Tahar, he said this. They looked a bit shaky. So what happened about a month before, or a week before, something happened and they left. So the Most High said they left or 2 weeks before, roundabout roughly, yeah. But basically they didn't get to go to the Passover. So the Most High didn't want them to go to the Passover. Then they would have ate unworthily, and then the Most High protected them from eating unworthily. But you know what the point is? What I'm making that it's a serious thing now. He said even every year he said he gets all the apostles to heart. So that shows you that we're now. But last year, the year before that, I was like, oh, it's Passover, yeah. Now it's kind of sinking in a little bit more, like hold to keep the reins, keep on the reins, keep strong, stay on the when you're doing on the horse, keep in the holster, keep tight and don't just be like loosey, blase. Otherwise you get thrown off the fucking horse, man.
Yeah, and that's what you know what too. A lot of guys, I mean, I've been in the truth long enough, as according to the apostles and Pharisees thing, but I've been in this truth long enough to have seen guys leave before the Pesach or after the Pesach, because really they weren't right. They didn't have the right mentality, you know. And just like the elder mentioned on how he gets scared, basically, man, like he's really supposed to kind of get scared. You're supposed to have the mindset, you know. I'm just speaking for myself now. Like, Lord willing, I can make it through.
Yeah.
Because some guys don't even make it through the Pesach, or they'll make it to the Pesach, but then afterwards they get kicked out. Yeah. So the mindset is, well, Lord willing, man, I can be justified through the Pesach, but then also, even though that's the case, and you mean when the Pesach goes away, we're still kind of like an equivalent in the Passover, because we still don't even know we're gonna make it. Right? Yeah. We don't know if we'll be elect. You got something to say?
Yeah, come on. Quickly, Elder. You know when the disciples said, "Is it I? Is it I?" to the Lord, it's like every year we ask the question,
Is it I?
but then there's a select few niggas that it is you, nigga.
Yeah.
It is you.
Yeah.
You know, you gonna fall out,
Yeah.
as the Elder said, just before or just after, man.
Yeah.
So that's a very, like, as Ariel said, when you're not too experienced, you kind of like look forward to it, but the more you grow in the truth, it's like you get scared around that time, because every year a group of niggas, it is them, you know.
And you know it too, and just like Ariel mentioned about those guys that left the Pesach, that actually not left the Pesach, but left probably during the Pesach or after the
About
Pesach.
a month after, the ones that left.
And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I've been seeing this trend like for quite a bit of time, me being in this truth. So yeah, it's kind of scary, man. You know, but it's a good kind of being scary, because it really refuels that fear of the Lord inside of you. Because you don't want to get comfortable. You don't want to feel like the young brother said, feel like you already got it.
Like Christians.
Yeah,
They're sitting in there like, oh, we've
I'm
been saved.
Saved
Yeah.
for what?
Yeah, we had Ariel knows them. We had the under elders as well. We had the Dorito eating niggas.
Oh yeah.
In the Pesach. If my memory serves me correct, it was a month after they were eating chips in the Pesach. They started coming out with mad doctrines,
Wow.
and they basically fell out.
And then they started going out whenever they want.
Whenever they want to go out, like once a year, twice a year, you know, the annual showdown. You know, not really being diligent.
God. And I mean, like, them dudes, like, they weren't really in the spirit anyway.
Fuck
Man. They
them
were doing
dudes.
their own thing, really.
Fuck them.
You know? But yeah, you know, let's go back to this though.
Unholy Revelation.
Yeah, 1 and 3. Look at that.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3 says, "Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand."
Right, and that's the point. Especially more than now than ever before. The time is at hand. What time is at hand? The coming of the Messiah. How do we know this to be exact? Because the words of the Lord are speaking before us right now, as what he said. He said, be aware of these things that to the disciples. All right? The disciples inquired, when is it going to be the signs and the wonders of your coming? And he elaborated on these things. Now, some of these things happened 2,000 years ago, and half of those things have been happening yet, which will happen in this generation. As it is also written also that this generation will not pass away until all things will be fulfilled. So we're almost at the end of this place of everything being fulfilled. Okay? And also another important thing we have to keep in mind as well, the reason why the Lord hasn't destroyed this place yet, because the elect haven't fully been sealed. If you can, brother, yeah, give me Revelation 7, and then also give me the word in Peter's, where it reads that all shall come to repentance. Yeah, I tell you what, read Peter's first, and then give Revelation 7.
This is 2 Peter 3. Verse 8, it says, but beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day with the Lord is as 1,000 years, and 1,000 years is as one day. The Lord is not slack concerning his promise, as some men should count slackness, but is long suffering to usward, not willing that any should perish, but that all should come to repentance.
Right, that all should come to repentance. So the Lord, the reason why the Lord hasn't come back yet, or hasn't destroyed this place yet, is so that we can get right, and as well as the elect can be sealed. So get that in Revelation 7 now. Because remember, the power that we serve is a power of order. So everything has to be done decently and in order, as he's doing already. So we may want him to come back now whenever we want to, but the Lord is doing his thing in a way that is ordered. Go on.
Revelation chapter 7 from verse 1, reading down to verse 3. Verse 1 says, and after these things I saw 4 angels standing on the 4 corners of the earth, holding the 4 winds of the earth.
The destroying winds. And those destroying winds are going to come out of that instrument of death. The wasters to destroy, the nuclear missiles. That's what the 4 angels are holding. And so what the elect on,
that the wind should not blow on the earth, nor on the sea, nor on any tree. And I saw another angel ascending from the east, having the seal of the living God. And he cried with a loud voice to the 4 angels, to whom it was given to hurt the earth and the sea, saying, hurt not the earth, neither the sea, nor the trees, till we have sealed the servants of our God in their foreheads.
So until the elect are being sealed with this knowledge and this understanding, and as well as the name of the Lord on their foreheads, right? Unless that happens, then the angels have to wait. They have to pull it back. The destroying winds. So that's why there ain't nothing really happening yet. But what's going to happen eventually is the time is going to come, which we're going to go back to the article, when that MOTB is going to fall into fruition. And as I say about the elect being sealed or not being sealed yet, the elect are about to be sealed. All right, because it's looking real promising, man. And we could be at the end of this thing. It could be this year, or it could be next year. But it's looking hella promising. Yeah, read that book, and then we're gonna get back to this.
Right, this is back in the article, in the second paragraph, and it says a U.S. central bank digital currency, CBDC, that protects privacy and is free of surveillance tools could set a global standard and reach mass adoption,
Right.
said former Commodity Futures Trading Commission CFTC Chairman Christopher J. Giancarlo. The US digital dollar will take over the world. Giancarlo, the co-founder of the Digital Dollar Project and senior counselor at Wikifar and Gallagher Digital Works Unit.
So why would he make that statement? Because he's an insider.
Yep.
So if he's an insider and he's telling all of that right there, then he knows the future of what's going to happen in the world. So it's official that the digital world, as well as, which is really what it is, the mark of the beast system, is going to be into fruition. And there's no ifs or buts about it. It's official. They want to own men. And I don't mean to get up to a different topic, but I just want to briefly do that in saying that the reason why these JOOs are doing this, man, because a lot of people are not corresponding with their witchcraft anymore. A lot of people are waking up to their lies and their deception, and people are just doing whatever the hell they want to do. And you know what, too? To be honest with you, as well, these so-called Jews, they see us, as we all kind of know anyway, they see us as an asset. This whole world is nothing more than a business to them. That's why they call nations corporations, countries corporations. So let's just say, for example, you own a corporation, a major corporation at that, and people within that corporation are not corresponding. Guess what? You're going to lose your business. So to prohibit from losing their business or losing their power here on the earth, they got to make sure that everybody's tapped up so that they can watch what everybody's doing and possibly control everybody so that everybody can stay in line, because they have a whole lot to lose.
Yeah.
As the saying goes, right? With great power comes great responsibility. So the so-called JOOs are heavily responsible of their power, of their business. This world is nothing more than a business to these people, man. All right? And this is why, if you notice too, when it comes to our people, the tribes, especially the head tribe, the so-called Negro, the reason why the so-called Negro has been oppressed for the longest time, whether he's been oppressed in terms of his voice, in terms of his image, and all of these different things, it's really because they know the power of the so-called Negro, of the tribe, the kingdom of Judah to be exact. They know the power that we admit. So let's just say we're free to say what we want to say and do what we want to do and make the kind of music that we want to make. Guess what? Everybody's going to follow us. And then guess what? The so-called JOOs, they lose their power structure. In other words, they go out of business. Anything that Jake does, whether it's business or whether it's music, whatever Jake gets into, if Jake is allowed to be free in the system to do whatever they want to do, these JOOs are going to be out of fucking business. So they would be silly to let us loose to do what we want to do. All right, go on, bro.
Just a quick point. That's an interesting thing you raised that you said, because it made me realize something. See, Jake can get other people to follow them because we're charismatic. Like, just naturally, people respond to us, and we don't have to do any like extra over-the-top stuff for people to want to gravitate to us. Esau doesn't have that spirit. So Esau has to use fear in order to make people follow him, right? Because he doesn't have that charisma. So his whole thing is like, okay, we're going to make people afraid of this, and we'll put up these laws that they're afraid of that consequence. That's why they follow Esau. So that's his whole power is through the power of fear.
And that's the only thing he got. Because Jake, the way we naturally are, the way that we do things, the way that we dap each other up, them nations, they see that. And it's like, yeah, these people are mad cool.
Yeah. You see within our name, Jake.
It's exactly. And they've even taken our name.
That's why they've taken the head tribe. Because even as amongst Israel, who has the most influence? Judah. Because they're the head. Everyone, whatever Judah's on, the other tribes are on that.
Yes.
And it goes down the line because they're the heads. So how is it that they're not saying, oh, we're the Israelites from the tribe of Zebulun or Asher? Why is it they're aspiring to be the house of Judah? Yahudi, as they say. Because they know that's the head tribe.
Yeah.
And the ultimate influence of what is in fashion, what's up to date, what's the latest, goes back to Judah.
It goes back to Judah. Trends. And that's why they use us to sell their product.
Yeah.
Because if we're wearing their product, then guess what? Everyone's going to want to buy that thing.
Yeah.
So they know the power that Jacob has. So if, like I said, if Jacob is let loose out here doing whatever they want to do in Esau's economy, what's going to happen? They're going to fuck up your own. Oh, you know? That's what's going to happen. So it's in Esau's best interest to keep tabs on Jacob. That's why we've been oppressed in the system. That's why they, this is why they classified us as being black. Because colors have a vibration and a meaning to it. So when you're calling a group of people black, because black is not a color, it's nothing, what are you going to do? You're going to ignore it. So let's just say that Jake comes up and speaks some knowledge, and someone hears it, they're just gonna ignore it because what? He's black. He doesn't exist. Yeah. Okay? Shalom, brother. You know? And plus, as well as I believe it was the CIA, which said something to the equivalent of I might be saying this wrong, but they've said something to the equivalent of that among so-called Jake, that they know that there's a equivalent to that of a black Messiah, something like that. Okay? Something to that equivalent.
Yes, Brother Ram.
So, and really the word Messiah just means to be anointed. That's all it means. It just means to be anointed. Okay? Like we could be considered the Messiah, because we've been anointed to do what we're doing here. Yeah? So Esau knows this. Esau knows amongst the tribes, especially the kingdom of Judah, that there's going to be somewhat of a Messiah-like person that's going to intervene, step in, and bring in that knowledge. And that's why they've been putting niggas in jail and everything, man. using all kind of tactics to put
Yeah, yeah.
Jake in a confined situation.
Yeah. There's a lot of, I say it like this, don't want to incriminate anybody, but there's a lot of spiritual names, men on the road that have names spiritual that go back to the Bible. They lock them up, they get out their way to try and lock them up. Because they might be, as you just said, they may be worried that they could be the future messiahs.
Yeah.
That's how they really do think like that. You know? I've got a quick one for you.
And yeah, go on.
Yeah, Jeremiah 51 and 90 says, the portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and Israel is the rod of his inheritance.
Right.
The Lord of his host is his name.
Right. So we're not like the other nations. We're a special people. And when we do something that adds, we do it with power. There's a substance here. There's a level of power that we have. So when we do something, it brings an impact. Okay. Just based on our presence alone, like people want to be like that. They want to follow that. So even in our lower state, so that's why it's in their business to keep us down. Because if we're let loose and free, and we've made a successful system, Esau goes out of business. Because Esau can't reign supreme and Jacob's doing good. There's no way how it's gonna happen. So in order for them to stay on top, they gotta keep us down, man. And they should do that. Go on, man.
That's why even in your personal life, like people in the world, or it could be family members, or when you're out and about doing whatever you're doing, people want to touch you, man.
Yeah.
Because it's the same effect that woman with the issue of blood for 12 years had.
Yes.
If I can touch the hem of his garment,
Yeah.
people, they realize the vibration on you, and it's like, I want to be like that. Let me touch him.
And sometimes people want to be around you, they stand right next to
Yeah,
you.
yeah. They come, you're at a fucking bus stop.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're standing right next to you.
What the fuck is that about?
Facts.
Yeah, I'll pick up on
Because they feel the spirit on you.
There's a frequency that you uphold. So that's what it is.
You know what I'm talking about, brother.
Yeah.
You ain't
And
busted.
the thing with these devils, don't get it twisted, man. These devils, they know about frequencies, they know about all of that stuff, man.
Yeah.
So they're trying to come in your frequency and get the same sort of thing. But no, you're the devil. You're a low frequency. I'm on a higher frequency.
Don't do that.
All right. And you can't get my frequency because Esau wants everything.
Oh, that's beautiful. Can I say something, Elder, right? In the spirit. I remember this place I used to work, my last job, right? My manager, when I first met him, he always wanted to invite me to the gym. He always, every time he goes for a drink, he always wants, you know what? He wanted my spirit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He wanted my spirit.
That's why he hated you.
And that's why he hated me. And you know, at the end, that man ended up hating me.
Yeah.
Before I left the job, he hated me. He tried to get me fired. You know what I mean? But he always wanted to invite me to the gym. Why you don't come to the gym? You always try to be like me. He's a so-called white man, right?
And it goes deep.
Yeah.
If you go into it a little bit more,
Yeah.
which we're not going to, because it's the organ trafficking.
Yes. They're organ trafficking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why, and with you saying that, also they get your melanin. You get the melanin from
That's
Jacob.
what I'm saying. As you say, Esau is covetous. He wants everything.
wants
He's
everything.
got this already, but he still wants more.
He still wants
He wants never satisfied. His belly, what they say about his belly is never satisfied. You know what I mean?
Huh. And that's the absolute truth. But what he wants is what we have.
Yes.
But guess what? No matter how much he wants what we have, he will never get it. And that's why they're trying to do anything that they can do to obtain this idea of everlasting life.
Yeah.
Which is what we're gonna get naturally. Tell him on, brother. You know? So that's just the thing, man. This great reset thing, what it's really all about is staying in power, man. Staying in business, because the world is their business. Tell them on, brother. All right? And all we are is nothing more than assets, man. And they gotta keep their assets in check. That's what it's all about, man. That's why they put implantable devices inside of you to say that, look, you're my product. Just like how, let's just say you live in a rural area and you have flocks of sheep, flocks of goat or cows. What do? You brand those cattle. That's right. So if the cattle gets lost, it's got your stamp, it's got the stamp on it. So then the owner, so then another nation, excuse me, someone that lives in another place will find that cattle and relocate that cattle where it belongs because of the stamp. Go on, bro.
Yeah, this is a good point because basically this comes down to Esau's fear. Like, he fears Jacob because he fears us rising up. So his thing is like, if he can chip everybody, then he'll know who's on his side.
Yes.
And those that don't consent to the chip,
Yeah.
kill them.
Yeah.
That's why it says, is it Revelation 20 or 21? I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness.
Pull it up.
Yeah.
Revelation 6. Yeah, if you're thinking about the same one, but I'm going to go to mine. And
No, I've got it. This is
Alright.
Revelation 20 and
I'll
4.
go to mine.
And I saw thrones and they that sat upon them, and judgment was given unto them. And I saw the souls of them that were beheaded for the witness of Yahweh Shai, and for the word of God, which had not worshipped the beast, and neither his image, neither had received his mark upon their forehead or in their hands, and they lived and reigned with Hamashiach 1,000 years. So that's the whole point. He's like, this is the dividing line. We're coming up to that final point where either you're with this system, you're with the beast, or you're not. And if you're not, that's when Esau's going to come down. Revelation 12 and 12, man. He's not going to show no mercy, because in his mind he's going to be like, okay, now we know who you are, so we're going to fucking X you out of the game, you know, sweep you off the board, don't pass go, you know, don't collect 200, take you off the board. That's his plan.
I got one to back. You just read out. Basically saying the same thing, but the different. Revelation 6 and 9 says, and when I had opened the fifth seal, I saw under the altar the souls of them that were slain for the word of Yahweh and for the testimony which they held. Yeah, because they're complaining at the moment because these are martyrs. They were martyred. You know, potentially those who were martyred back then are going to be martyred again. That was their lot. That's what you just read. The ones that will be martyred again. So for the testimony, you know, which is the word, which is the truth, standing on the truth. So who were martyred, or that was their lot to be martyred, are going to be martyred around. You know, it's going to come back around again. They're going to be in their lot.
I tell you what, brother. Give me Romans 11, where it talks about that this 7,000 men which were preserved. To Baal. There you go. Because
Romans 11, yeah?
Yeah, Romans 11. Go on, bro. Real quick. I think it's verse 7.
Verse 7 says, what then? Israel hath not obtained that which is seeketh for, but the election have obtained it, and the rest were blind. Romans 11 and 4. Romans chapter 11 and 4. But what saith the answer of Yahweh? Unto him I have reserved myself 7,000 men who have not bowed the knee to the image of Baal.
So you're going to have a remnant, a complete number of men that are not going to bow the knee. They're not going to take the mark no matter what, because the elect, they're already a property of the Most High. They're not the property of the powers that be. And like I was saying already before, when we renounce that mark, we're going to declare that we don't want to be their slaves. So we don't want to be their slaves, and basically, according to them, we're no good to be here. It's no point, because the whole point of you getting an implantable device is so that they can own you and you can be indebted to them and to be enslaved. That's the whole point of them giving you that implantable device. The implantable device is nothing more than a stamp to substantiate that you're a slave. That's the whole point of it. All right? Go on, bro. Because remember, this world is a business of them. And we're their asset. Go on, bro.
This is in Psalms 33 and 8. It says, behold, the eye of the Lord is upon them that fear him,
Right.
and upon them that hope in his mercy,
Right.
to deliver their soul from death, and to keep them alive in famine.
Right, and to keep them alive in fact. But the point of the matter is, because I mean, like, let's just keep it real. Some of us may have to die for this thing. But the point that you just read is the fact the Lord's eyes upon those that fear him. So we're already property of God. We're not property of the system. This is why we're not doing this is why we're doing something that most people can't do. We're motivated by fear to come out on the streets to declare the word. So we don't fear how people see us, we fear how the Lord sees us. That's why we out here. And technically, we don't have to be out here. All we got to do is go live. We'll still get a gathering or group of people following us as we go live. But why do we come out here? Because it's under the commandment. In the book of Luke 14, even though that was told to his disciples, but we take that seriously because we are his disciples in the reincarnation of the Lord. So when Yahweh said, go ye out to the highways and the hedges, hey, that's what we got to do. And it's to also, respect the commandment and to show that our faith is for real about this thing. That's how we're going to be justified in you, by our faith.
Talking about the mark and just the analogy of cattle, about branding the cattle so that the cattle would go straight.
Yeah.
If someone found that they can see the mark and know who the owner was. If we be of the hopeful elect, we're already marked too.
Yes.
We've got the mark of the one. So nobody can steal the Lord's possession if it belongs to the Lord.
Right.
There's the precept to back that up. John 10, verse 27. My sheep hear my voice, and I know them, and they follow me.
Right.
And I give unto them eternal life, and they shall never perish, neither shall any man pluck them out of my hand.
Because we're his property. Exactly. That's just like you mentioned about the firewall market in Ezekiel. The firewall market is what is the name and the influence. That's what is the substantiated point that we are property of the Yahweh. That's why he put his name in our foreheads. So if let's just say, for example, you order something and it's got your name, it's got your details in it, guess what? That item's going to be sent to your address. So we're property of the Most High. So this is why we don't really feel nothing about the system. We don't have no kind of feelings of Esau. Whatever he throws out there, we're not going to go with that because we're under the influence of his vibration, which is the Holy Spirit, and we have his name on our forehead. So we're already preordained to what? Go follow after the Lamb, and then therefore, Lord willing, to be saved. That's our destiny if we remain to the very end of this thing.
One more verse, Brother Shah. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all.
And that's another thing too. It's not your brother. I have to stop you there because the Father gave us to him. That's the thing. The Father chose us and gave us to him. That's why in John 15 and 16, the Lord said, you have not chosen me, but I have chosen you to what is it? To bring forth fruit that's good for repentance. So that's just the whole thing right there. So read that again, bro.
This is John 10, verse 29. My Father, which gave them me, is greater than all.
Right, is greater than all. As it is written, my ways are higher than your ways. So the Lord is higher than everybody. Of course, obviously, because he created every goddamn thing. Right? So at the end of the day, we're going to be kept in the Lord's hand, regardless of what. No amount on earth is going to be able to cut us off from the Lord. Now, let's just say you happen to be a member among the elect. You get cut off. You was none of this in the first place.
Exactly.
Because everything was preordained. But if you're in the truth now, you will go accordingly to all the way to the very end. And then it's confirmed that you're a part of the elect. All right, so let's run that again. Read that again.
Yep.
I want to make a different point.
John 10, 29 again. My Father which gave them me is greater than all,
Right.
and no man is able to pluck them out of my Father's
And no
hand.
man is able to pluck them out of my Father's hand.
And can I say something else? And you know what? Whatever the Lord gives is a gift.
Yes.
Yeah, let me get this. Mama question to ask you. Ephesians 2, verse 8. For by grace are ye saved,
Right.
through faith, and not of yourself. It is a gift from the Lord.
Right.
Jehovah.
And that's another point I want to elaborate on as well. It's the fact that this thing that we're a part of is a gift. The faith that we have is a gift. The Holy Spirit is also a gift.
Because remember, to cut the elder, remember on the Cain and Brother while ago? It's what the Lord gave us to his son.
Right.
It's a gift to them. It's to his son too, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a gift to you know what I mean? Right? No way. You know what I'm saying? So that's what the brother Cain and Brother while ago. So go with it, elder. Yeah.
So that means that's just the bottom line. So if Yahweh gave us to Yahweh Shai, Yahweh Shai would have to take very good care of us because we've been given unto him. So we become his property. Okay?
That's
why.
possession.
What's that, bro?
His possession.
Yeah, we're
You know
his
what I mean?
possession.
You know, the same way we are Yahweh's possession. The same way the woman is our Salaki. You know what I'm saying?
I know what you're
the
talking
same
about.
way how the woman
It's the possession of the man.
is the possession of the man.
Yeah.
It's the same thing. We look up to our Yahweh, which is our father.
Oh no, husband.
Husband. That's it. His possession.
Possession.
That's what I'm about.
Just remember, as it is also written in the New Testament,
Yes.
that what is it that we're supposed to be that what is it that delicate comely women unto the Lord. So we're the wife of God.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the thing right there. So once you become a wife unto your husband, you're joined unto your husband. You're joined unto him. So we're joined unto the Lord Himself. So we're His property, as I'm going to say again. That's why He gave the thing to us. Somebody get Revelations 14. So that's the reality, man. That's why we ain't gonna take no damn so that's why we didn't take the whole people. Go on, bro.
Revelation 14, starting at verse 1 says, "And I looked, and lo, a lamb stood on the Mount Zion, and with him 144,000, having his father's name written in their
Right,
foreheads."
having His Father's names written in their foreheads. And that's symbolic. Meaning we have the knowledge and the understanding which came through His name. Okay? As it is also written that the name of the Lord is as a strong tower. Now I kind of went somewhere off of that. I went way off of that. I didn't have to quote that scripture. Right? But what I'm saying is that once again, we are the property of the Most High God. That's the thing.
Who made you quote that scripture there? Strong tower, yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Right, exactly. So that's just how that went down. That's just the point. So we'll come. If we hold dearly to the words of this prophecy, the Lord will hold unto us. Which we're going to do that anyway because one of the is influence. Which is the Holy Spirit. Which is within the Word.
Matthew 5 verse 16. Let your light so shine before men that you may see that they may see your good works and glorify your Father which is in heaven.
That's the reason why we come out here, not for ourselves, not to glorify ourselves with the knowledge that we know, but to glorify our Father which is in heaven. Because remember, we are subjects unto the Father. We are His subjects. We are the Most High subjects, to put it to you correctly. So that's why we gotta come out here and do what we're doing. We don't give a shit about the people out there. The people out here are serving mass interests. They're not serving the power. We're serving the power. So we're gonna look awkward for the people. And as well as it is also written, that the foolishness of God is wiser than men. So who cares about what men feels and think about what they seen in us? We don't give a damn. Right, because are they gonna save us? No. They can't even say, they won't be able to save themselves when the shit collapses. Go on, my brother.
Oh, I finished it.
Yeah, so that's just the bottom line. That's just how it goes. It's all about the law, like the brothers mentioned, man. It ain't about how you feel and what you gonna do. It's about you doing this work, man. Because at the end of the day, you are a slave. You are in debt to the Most High. That's the whole point. So fuck what you gonna do. Fuck all of that, man. You gotta jump with it. You gotta uphold this top. Because when you came in this thing, guess what, man? You already made a covenant. But you're gonna fulfill his doings unto the very end. How about that? Alright? Because Esau over here, he's trying to get you trapped up so that he could be your master and you could be his slave again. Fuck all of that. So if your mind is fully persuaded, as somebody put that on Romans 8 and 35. If your mind is fully persuaded in this knowledge and this understanding, right? Then whatever Esau throws at you, it ain't gonna matter.
All right.
What's gonna matter is the fear of the Lord.
That's beautiful.
Go
As
on,
Caleb said, let me finish it some more, yeah?
No, go on.
Think not that I have come to destroy the law or the prophets. I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill.
Right.
For verily I say unto you, till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled.
All be fulfilled, because with Yahweh shall obedient unto his father. So we're under Yahweh shall. Don't we have to be obedient?
Right.
Of course. So we don't have no choice. So as Paul put it, that he became what, a prisoner of hope, right? Because he had no choice. He was a servant to God. So when you got these guys out here telling you about the false breakdowns of what the mark is, they're not showing that they're servants of the Lord. They're just talking. They're just giving lip service. They just talking because, oh, it's just it's just something. It's just words that they feel as though they have to say to make themselves appear before men. But let's just be real about it, man. Right? We are absolute servants of God. So when I say this, or when we do say this, we mean this. Okay, I'm not saying this because I'm trying to sound, charismatic. I'm saying it because this is a reality, man. Somebody get Romans, 8?
Romans 8 verse 35 says, who shall separate us from the love of a Mashiach?
Right.
Shall tribulation or distress or persecution or famine or nakedness or peril or sword? As it is written, for thy sake I'll be killed all the day long.
For thy sake I'll be killed all the day long. Because check this out. Persecution, affliction of all sorts, coming by the Lord and the So it may look like, oh yeah, Esau did this to me. Oh, this nigga did that to me. No, it was of the Lord. Right. So if the Lord brought these things upon you, then guess what? He can bring these things upon you. But you gotta serve his interest, no matter what the situation is.
Why do you have to fear the Lord again? Because he says, what he put upon you, we have to take it cheerfully.
Exactly. There you go, my bro.
Just back something you said.
I'll tell you what, I'll hold on to that, let him finish this, because I think he was finishing. Oh, you finished? Okay, let's read on that, brother.
Psalms 33
Because I want to be fair, man.
21. For our heart shall rejoice in him because we have trusted in his holy name. Let thy mercies of the Lord be upon us, according to us. We hope in thee.
Right, we hope in thee. So if we continue to hope in the Lord, what then cometh after? Rejoicing.
Nice.
So we have to what? Trust in his words and his name, and do the work, and then we receive the prize. But you ain't gonna receive the prize just half stepping in. Oh, I trusted the Lord for what? 20 years of my life, and then I left. No, you gotta trust in the Lord all the way to the very end. Okay, the scripture says, "No man having put his hand to the plow, looking back, is fit for the kingdom." Like one guy came up to one of the brothers in the camp saying that, "Oh yeah, I need to cross the hard, this and that, the third." It doesn't matter who you know. Are you doing the work? Because if you're not doing the work, then you can know whoever you want to know. That don't mean you're going to make it, man. You're going to make it by doing the work. As it is written in the Apocrypha, that they might be justified by their works.
The elder, the 70 knew Yahweh Shai, but they fell away.
They fell away. Exactly.
They can't, well, I used to be with him. Don't work like that.
It doesn't validate your salvation.
As the elders getting into the Lord, as the elder apostle said, the Lord is based upon the mantra of what have you done for me lately?
Yes. There you go. So that's just how it goes, man. You gotta be doing the work. Like you could have did, like, let's just say for example, I did about 20 videos in a span of 1 week, right? And then 4 months later, I did no videos. That shit don't count. I did all that work, right? But I didn't do anything else in 4 months. That's a fallout, man. That's highly likely a fallout. Now, can the Lord bring a man back as the prodigal son? Possible. But for the most part, you gotta be consistent. Just like your heart. For example, let's say if your heartbeat said, "Look, man, I beat it 1,700,000 times throughout your life, or more than that." I'm just putting out a number. And then the heart said, "I'm not gonna pump no more." Guess what? Your ass be fucking dead, man.
You a dead nigga.
Yeah, you get dead, nigga, man.
Yeah.
You know?
The heart says I'm taking a break.
Yeah, the heart said, "I'm taking a break." Nigga, you be in the spiritual room. So there ain't no fucking breaks, man. Go on, brother.
Matthew 24:13. But he that shall endure unto the end, the same shall be saved.
Right, the same shall be saved. And this all goes back to the original point that we are in debt to the Lord. So we can't take no break. Oh, I'm going to just take a 5-month hiatus. Right? I'm going to do what I can do right now and then take a break. No. You got to do what you got to do what you got to do at a consistent basis. This ain't no break thing, man. Oh, I'm going to just fall back for like a week. Now, fuck that. Be out here and teach the word, man. Now, don't get me wrong. Sometimes brothers be going through certain things, you know. But I'm just saying, like, you gotta have the mentality that What have I really done for the Lord? You know, go on, brother. As a recent, go on.
Yeah, we know Ezekiel how he lived his life now. Now this backs up. Ezekiel chapter 3 and 20 says, again, when a righteous man doth turn from his righteousness and commit iniquity, I lay a stumbling block before him. He shall die, because thou hast not given him warning. He shall die in his sins, and his righteousness which he hath done shall not be remembered, but his blood will I require at thine hand.
Yeah, so if you've been, basically what that means is if you've done every single thing that you was doing before or after your righteousness, then that can't be remembered, man.
Yeah, because
So ultimately, when you, it's really what that's really going to, when you break it down, when you fall back into the word, you start to go beyond those, you start to go into those iniquities again.
them two guys that just left about a month after the Passover, them two guys, I mean, he didn't say how long they was in for, but it sounded like they've been around. Well, all what they done there, you know, he knew, because he was among them, and they're from Chicago, but there's other local in these bits that, you know, busy bee camp. And all what they did, man, maybe they done, who knows what they done, man, but they couldn't be remembered, man.
Yeah, it's not going to be remembered at all, because at the end of the day, you got it. It's all about enduring to the end. All right, when you came to this thing at first, you might have thought, oh man, I'm going to be a priest, I'm going to be a king, and in the kingdom of heaven, I'm going to have slaves. So you had some kind of sense of joy when you first heard the word, but when you didn't realize what you was getting yourself involved in, then you would have to uphold this knowledge and this understanding. If you can't, brother, give me Revelation 1 and 3 once again, as it is written. Blessed are they which keep the sayings of this book of this prophecy. Not keep it for 5 or 10, 20 years and then you let it go. No.
To back you up, that's the prophecy, the parable of the sower of seeds.
Yes.
Just because the farmer threw the seeds don't mean it's gonna bud. Some ones fell on the wayside, some ones fell on the stony ground, some ones fell amongst the thorns and the thistles. So it doesn't matter, man. The water, it doesn't matter. You can, you know. But then you had those that were fell upon the good ground.
Right.
You know,
That had a strong foundation.
And that just shows you that some people, these so-called Christians, want to climb up a different way. They think they can go to church and give all this. They're rich people, you know. They think they can give all this money and think they can climb up some other way to the kingdom.
They think they can buy the blessing into the chariot. Yeah.
Oh, can I add to that? Because even in Jehovah's Witnesses, you probably know my little bit of testimony, but they get up early in the morning to go in the ministry, you know. Like they get up early in the morning, and some so-called pioneers, that means like you have to give you like holy powers in. There's a report, and it's like, I don't know, it used to be like 45 hours, 50 hours. So people do that, and they actually take time off work, or they take part-time jobs, and then that's going to come back there to what we're saying, Matthew 21, 7:21. Though they say unto me, Lord, Lord, I will not, you know.
Revelation chapter 1 and verse 3. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep these things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
Right. And the reason why you want to keep these things, now hold on to that and give me Proverbs the 4th chapter. Because Solomon even said it.
Yeah,
Solomon said if you keep these instructions and these commandments, they are life unto you. So you can't let this go. So if you want the life that the Lord has for you, man, and as well as you want to be saved, then you have to hold on to the words of life to be saved. This is the only way you're gonna go around it, man. There's no other way. You can't go under, you can't go over. That's the only way. Yahushua is the only and the true way. He is the way, the truth, and the life. That's what is in John 14. Right? So there you go. About 4. You can start with verse 7.
7, yeah?
Yeah.
It's the book of Proverbs, chapter 4, verse 7. And it says, wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding.
Now, is it talking about the wisdom that you're going to get from some Edomite with a suit and tie in these schools? No. It's talking about his knowledge and his understanding. Go on.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Right, exalt her and she shall promote thee. Go on.
She shall bring thee to honor.
She shall bring thee to honor. So hold on with that. Get 1 Samuel chapter 2 and read verse 8. And we're going to get back to that.
Yes, sir.
1 Samuel chapter 2 and verse 8 says, He raiseth up the poor out of the dust, and lifteth up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory.
Right, to make them inherit the throne of glory. So that's now we can stop right there. So how are the poor going to be raised up and sit amongst princes and inherit the throne of glory? Through this knowledge. Now let's read that same verse again.
Proverbs 4 verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy getting, get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee.
Exactly. Go on.
She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her.
Right, so we're going to be brought to honor because it is knowledge. So remember when Solomon prayed to the Lord, what did he pray for? He could have prayed for women, he could have prayed for gold, he could have prayed for whatever he wanted, but he prayed for wisdom. And it was through the wisdom that he got. He was able to what? Become the richest man at this time. Because of wisdom. So wisdom is the key to what? To promotion, the knowledge of the Lord in this case. Go on.
Here,
The
oh
Lord,
my
Salakia, the Lord said because you prayed for wisdom,
Yeah.
then He gave him all those other stuff on the side.
Yes,
Right.
because exactly, because what comes, how am I going to put this? What comes out of wisdom is riches anyway. Because you could get riches, but you could be a dumbass. Like there's plenty of dumbass people that get rich, and guess what? They lose the money because they didn't have the wisdom to actually hold on to the money or to do anything conducive with the money.
like people winning the lottery.
Yeah, oh, I was just gonna say, there's many stories in the UK,
The worst off.
of lottery winners
Yeah.
that go poor again.
They go
Yes,
the worst off.
And there's always something
You know?
bad happening to them.
Always.
About that quick one, of the Solomon thing, yeah?
But hold on with that, brother. Let's read this.
Proverbs 4 verse 10 now. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall
Right.
be many.
There you go. And the years of thy life shall be many. So this Bible is basically truly the book of life. It's truly the book of life. Yeah. So if you let this go, and you wouldn't put it down. There's no middle ground. There's no gray area. It's either life and death in this world. And the thing of it is, we should be considered thankful to the Lord because He brought us back to His words, which really were in the realms of life right now. A lot of people are going to die out here because they don't have this knowledge and this understanding. Like even in the world, people pay thousands of dollars in America or pounds down here in the UK for certain kinds of knowledge to obtain
Yes.
to become successful.
Yes.
Showing you how valuable knowledge really is, man. All right? Because once you know something, you can do it. If you don't know it, then pretty much you can't do what you don't know. That's why our people are destroyed. Because they don't have the knowledge. It tells you that in the root. For my people have become destroyed for the lack of knowledge. So the more you know, the better you can do. All right? And we have the utmost wisdom and understanding above all the wisdom and understandings of this world, which is understanding the Bible. Let me stop talking. Let's let this go on.
Verse 11. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in the right paths.
Language he has. Go on.
When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened.
Right.
And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
Right. Go on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go.
Right. Let her not go. Blessed are they which, what is it? That you just read. Revelations 1 and 3. Read it again.
Revelation 1 and 3 again. Blessed is he that readeth, and they that hear the words of this prophecy, and keep those things which are written therein, for the time is at hand.
So it means to hold it in your mind and to also do these things as well. Now let's go back to this.
Yes. Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
Right. So keep her, she is thy life. That's why Yahweh Shai said, whosoever believeth on me, as the scripture have said, excuse me, shall, what is it, shall have rivers of living water.
That's
So
a flowing water.
exactly. So if it's living waters, then aren't we going to be living like the living waters? Let's also get John 3:16. I'm going. Let's get John 3:16. But really what that means, what I just quoted in John 7, it means to have an abundance of wisdom.
Yes.
That's what it means. But it's also living waters. Okay? So now let's get John 3:16. This is why Yahushua said this.
Yes. This is John chapter 3,
In verse 16.
verse 16. For Yahweh Ba'asham Yahushai so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son.
And what world is that? We've broken this down so many times. It's the world of Israel. Now, if you look up that word world, the world is cosmos, which is reference into an arrangement of stars. So who were the stars set, arranged? The elect, the house of Israel. Go on. Now, if it meant the entire globe,
Yes.
all of the nations,
Yes.
the Greek word would be unclement. So then the Christians can be justified in using that scripture, but they can't because it doesn't mean it. Go on.
For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son.
And who did he give his only begotten son to? The Israelites. It tells you that in Acts the 5th chapter. Go on.
That whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life.
And now we're going back to the point. So whosoever believeth on Yahweh shall not perish but have what? Everlasting life. Through his person. Now let's go back to what you just read in Proverbs 4. If you remember the exact verse, my brother.
Proverbs 4.
Is it 8?
It was, thank you, Thawada, brother. I think it's down to 9 now or something. Yeah. Thawada, you're
Where we are.
yes. Proverbs 4, verse 9. She shall give to thine head an ointment of grace.
Verse 7. Verse 7.
Verse 7, that's right. Proverbs 4, verse 7. Wisdom is the principal thing.
No, I think it was in verse maybe 9.
I went to 8 and then go to 9. Let me start from 8 again.
Come.
Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou dost embrace her. She shall give to thine head an ointment of grace. A crown of glory shall she deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings. And this is it. And the years of thy life shall be many.
Go on.
I have taught thee in the way of wisdom.
Yeah, relax, brother. Take your time.
Thank you, brother. Proverbs 4, verse 11. I have taught thee in the way of wisdom. I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be straitened. And when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble.
Go on, go on.
Take fast hold of instruction. Let her not go. Keep her, for she is thy life.
There you go. And Yahweh Shai represented that wisdom. So we hearken unto him, we cannot perish but receive everlasting life. That's why I wanted to get that precept right there. Because it all leads to that right there. If you can, brother, get me John 14, where Yahweh Shai said, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. So the greatest thing, the greatest person to ever be is to be indebted to this man of life. I hope you understand what I meant when I said that, man. I'm gonna say it again. The greatest person to be is to be someone that's under the authority of the life giver. Because by him, ultimately, automatically, we're going to be granted salvation. All right? And we're going to be preserved from the ways of destruction. And being that you have billions of people all around us right here that don't have this knowledge and this understanding, they're going to be what with death. So the Lord had mercy upon us just by the fact that he chose us to be his subjects now. Okay? It's mercy. So that's why we gotta always keep a heart of humility. Because remember, we didn't choose the Lord. He chose us. And if he chose us, he can give us away. So no matter how much you are good in the scriptures, you could be a brother that's very, very charitable, very brotherly. But guess what? If you're not right in the mind of the Lord sees it, he can just toss you out. Okay? So always be humble, man. Always keep a low profile. Don't pluck up your head. Don't get too big, man. Even if the Lord promotes you, always keep a low profile. All right, because when you start picking yourself up, man, the flesh comes in, and you start making all kind of mistakes, and that mistake can get you out the truth. All right, go on.
It's the book of John, chapter 14, verse 6. Yahushua saith unto him, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man cometh unto the Father but by me.
Exactly. So you can't kangaroo skip the mediator, which is Yahushua. He is the way, the truth, and the life. And it's only through him. So that's what all of us have to acknowledge. We're not going to save our own selves. It's going to be Yahushua. That's going to what saves us.
Okay, so do not boast of yourselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
All right. And that's why the Lord gave him that name. Yahushua meaning he is the deliverer. So we know that words have a meaning, right? So his name has a meaning. He's going to live to the meaning of his name. He lived according to the will of his Father. So guess what? According to the Father, he has to live to his name that his Father gave him to him.
Yeah, that's why you Old Testament Israelites, you're gonna die because you think you can go straight to the Father, as the elder said, by kangaroo jumping and skipping over Yahushua. But the numerical number of the Lord's name Yahushua is 4, which is mercy.
Yep.
But the number of us men is 6.
Yeah.
So that means you're gonna go with the beast.
Yes.
His number is 6.
Yep.
3 score and 6, man.
Yeah.
So the scripture says, woe be to the man that trusteth in man. So you're under the vibration of I can do it myself.
Yeah.
Like we were saying earlier, I got it together. I can do it. I can save myself. You skipping over Yahushua.
And just like what you said about our numerical number is what 6, right? So that pretty much declares that we're fleshly and we're more capable of sinning too. We're in the flesh. So when you trust in yourself, you're putting trust in the man, because aren't we men? That's what it is. The Lord said, look, as a matter of fact, I ain't gonna quote it. I'm gonna nearly quote it. I'm gonna roughly paraphrase it. Someone get Exodus 20:4, the Lord. Oh yeah, I tell you what, you could get Ecclesiastes 12, where it says the whole duty of man. Go on, my brother.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 4. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, or any likeness of anything that is in heaven above, or that is in the earth beneath, or that is in the water under the earth. Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them. For I, the Lord Jehovah, thy power, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children unto the 3rd and 4th generation of them that hate me.
Yeah, which a generation is what, 25 years, right? So times that by 4, that's what, 100 years. So the thing of it is, the point that I'm making is that we're supposed to know and acknowledge the power. Don't worship any other gods. You got this belief system in this society, where you can actually worship yourself. You know, there's that new age philosophy on that regard. I might have to do a video on that, right?
Oh yeah, so that's that social media, YouTube. I was that came to me in the spirit. iPhone, everything like direct.
Yes.
Come back all right round
Right.
to you.
Yeah.
Even though you can do it, we're using it right now. It's true. Push out this truth from the right hand side, but in the world it's pure like. It's all about like what's it
The manifestation.
yeah. Now they've got the new one, the podcasting. What's that guy with? That guy was in there was one guy was in amongst the brothers doing the podcast.
Oh yeah.
They kicked him out because now you can use that. You could have used that on the right hand side in righteousness, but everything going back to you and you start to lift yourself up now because you're doing well and you're getting a lot of views and you're lifting yourself above the elders, the apostles, your teachers. Then now it's come back to me. Yeah, you just said it. Me worship. Now.
Yeah, you know too as well. What I really meant to say was, you worshiping yourself as a god, you become your own god. There's a philosophy on that regard, where you can actually believe that you're your own God and you have all of the answers and you can basically have your own sense of free will and you can will everything you want. I think it's called what is it, hedonism? Some of the time equivalent is hedonism, where you just do according to your will. You can fight your will, do anything. All right, that's pretty much worshiping that, worshiping yourself.
And they manifest it. It's I manifest into the atmosphere. I will become this, and I manifest. I'll get this job. A lot of black women are in that. Man. They just call it for what it is, man. A lot of you black nigga bitches are into that manifestation spirit, which is demons, man. Because as the elder says, you're worshiping yourself at face value, but what you're really worshiping is a demon. Because I know a lot of these hoes, they manifest things in the atmosphere, and it works. It actually works. They get the job, you know, they get the car, they manifested. They got the house, they manifest. Why? Because as the elder's saying, it's that self-worship, but it always goes back to Satan.
Because it's really Satan that's within them whom they worship.
Right.
That's what it is. It's the Satan within themselves that they worship. You know, and that's you know that's what put us together. It is what it is.
And it goes right back to Esau.
Yeah.
Because he's the one that set this whole thing up.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's it.
And a woman, if you to get involved with this on a relationship thing, if you to get involved with a woman that's self-manifestation, whatever you are, Carly, it would never be a relationship. It's just like, because you're just one of her, you're just adding to her worship in herself. Yeah. She can't give you back what you're giving her. It's just going to be a one-way traffic.
And that's always the case with these girls, because most of these women in the West, they're very full of themselves and they're extremely narcissistic. But then they'll get on you for being full of yourself.
Exactly.
You know?
When you tell him about yourself, then you're the one with the problem.
You're the one with the problem. Yeah. Yeah. So the whole thing of the matter is, man, like, we have to worship the Most High, man. That's what this life is telling us. So every time we go through difficulties in this world, and we're realizing how frail, how ancient we are, as long as we're growing, we're finding out that the solution is not by ourselves. The solution is not by another man. The solution is Yahweh B'Hashemah. That is the solution. Go on, brother. To this matters.
Just hit this one quickly. 1 Kings 3 really gets the ball at the park. And 9 says, Give ye therefore thy servant an understanding heart to judge thy people, that I may discern between good and bad. For who is able to judge this so great a people? And the speech pleased the Lord, that Solomon had asked this thing. And God said unto him, Because thou hast asked this thing, hast not asked for thyself long life, neither hast thou asked for riches for thyself, nor hast asked the life of the necks of thine enemies, but hast asked for thyself understanding to discern judgment. Behold, I have done according to thy words. Lo, I have given thee a wise and understanding heart, so that was none like thee before thee, neither after thee shall any arise like unto thee.
Yeah, and it's the simple thing, wisdom.
Yeah, because you know you got these quick schemes. Jake's into that too, which he was the originator of that. The Edomite originator of that. Then Jake got on the bandwagon. Pyramid schemes to get rich quick. And I know that's big over there in America, massive over there. But it hit over here too. So now that would be the long way they're going around. And some people willing to pay money to go to learn how to get rich quick too. They spend money because money makes money. So, but now this is what I find interesting. King Solomon didn't ask for that, but the Most High, because he asked for the right king in righteousness to judge the people between good and bad, to be a good king, the Most High gave him riches too. So that was a get rich quick scheme. But it wasn't that he wanted it, but the Most High, he blessed him with that.
But you know why? But you know though, to just basically break it down more properly, it was wisdom that brought him the riches.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It was the wisdom, because basically, like I was saying, man, like wisdom coming from all things. So it's like the shit. If you can, brother, get me on. What is it, John?
I remember got the one I was holding for you.
Somebody get what is it, John 1:26.
Ecclesiastes verse 12 and 13. Let us hear the conclusion of the whole matter.
Oh yeah.
Fear Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai and keep his commandments. For this is the whole duty of man.
Right, but this is the whole duty of man, is to keep his instructions. Because his instructions are the way of life. And his wisdom, his understanding is going to what? Bring the abundance to man.
Yes.
Now let's go and read this.
John 1 and from the top, yeah?
No, 26.
26. John 1 and 26. And John answered them, saying, I baptize. No, that's the wrong
No,
one.
read it. Yeah.
Answered them, saying, I baptize with water, but there standeth one among you whom ye know not. He that is who is coming after me is preferred before me, whose shoes.
It goes like this. I'll give you an instruction to know all things.
I knew you weren't the right one, you know. I got John. I'll find that. That's in
Experience 4.
20.
You can do more videos as well. That's good.
I thought it was
Yeah, this is it. John chapter.
Oh, it's 1 John 2 and 20.
Yeah, 1 John chapter 2 and 20 says, but ye have an unction from the Holy One, and ye know all things.
Right. We know all things. So how do we know all things? Right. And then the scriptures. Once you get into the scriptures, then you'll know what this life is all about. You'll know everything. So no matter what this devil puts before you, you will already know about it already. Because it was ordained that he was going to do such and such.
So let me finish this end though.
Yeah.
It says, for God Yahweh shall bring every work into judgment with every secret thing.
Right.
As you said, whether it be good or whether it be evil.
There you go. So in other words, when you pass away, you're going to go before your maker. You're going to go before the judgment seat. So you might as well, as you're alive and well, serve your purpose, which is to please the Most High. Because you're not going to escape him. He has his eyes within his throne, watching you and recording everything you do. Right? And then when you die, you go back to him. So there's no escape. Yeah, so if you're thinking that you could just live in according to your own means, oh, there's a different way to live, there's a different God over here I can serve. You know, I have my own opinion, you have your opinion. Let me tell you something about reality. There's no such thing as opinions. It's either you living a lie or you're living in the truth. That's right. That's the point of the matter. See, that's that Edomitic way of thinking, man. Oh, that's your opinion.
Yeah.
That's my opinion. Like there's various different ways to get somewhere. No, there's only in this case to get to the Most High.
Yeah.
To receive your salvation, you gotta go the right way. All right.
Hushine's way or the wrong way, the highway or the right or
Exactly.
the
Highway or the highway.
Oh wait, that's it.
You know what I'm saying? So with that, somebody give me please John 7, not John 7, Matthew 7. Because it tells you that you're going to have what? Please.
Matthew 7, verse 13. Enter ye in at the straight gate, for wide is the gate, broad is the way that leadeth to destruction, and many there be which go in thereat. Because straight is the gate, and narrow is the way which leadeth unto life, and few there be that find it.
Right, so you have the narrow gate and you have the straight gate, which is the narrow gate. So the narrow gate is what? It's going to lead to life, which is the Yahweh. So there's no, oh, this is my opinion, you have an opinion too, and I all of that. And you got to respect that. Or I'm living according to my truth. No, there's no my truths. It's the truth. That's right. Okay? Your perception and the way you think, that's you all in your own mind, man. You gotta get out your mind and deal with the real world. And that's just the problem with people today. Especially these women out here. These women, they live in their own mind. So while they're in their own mind, reality is happening and they wonder why, oh man, how come I couldn't find a man? I'm 40 years old and I'm struggling to find someone. Because you've been caught up in your own fucking mind, man. That's right. When you really know reality, you should have been you should have been taking yourself seriously to find the right kind of guy, man, when you was young. Okay? Go on, my brother.
Just gonna say a quick point, because you're talking about people saying, oh well, I can come up some other way, I don't have to go through it, how it's shy. It reminded me of a clip I watched some years ago, Winfrey for one, where she was talking to a fucking audience, and she was talking about some fucking, And the Edomite women in the audience were cursing her out, saying, "What are you talking about? There's no other way. There's only Jesus." And those are flipping Edomite women. So and you got
I remember that scene too.
yeah, but you got Oprah Winfrey, such an influence to our women,
Yes, yes.
and they're not even challenging that.
No.
But the point is that there is no other way. But you know, you've got these celebrities who try and push, oh, you can come to God however you want. And for example, I was walking down the road yesterday. Some guy was holding out some leaflets, some Christian guy. He goes, "Come as you are, come as you are." And I'm thinking, what the fuck are you talking about, man? How are you going to tell people come as you
You
are?
need money, innit?
That's what I'm saying. Basically, you could be a fucking sodomite, right?
You need more people.
And he's saying, "Come as you are."
Yeah.
You could be an adulterer and he's saying, "Come as you are,"
Yeah.
rather than fucking get right with the Most High or die, man.
Yeah.
But again, that's not going to bring money into his fucking pockets. Yeah.
Exactly.
So they're going to tell people, "Yeah, come as you are. You don't need to change. God hates the sin, not the sinner." All that kind of rubbish. It's like that we're talking.
No, that's all right, brother. Yeah, because that don't fill in the pockets. Like he want to blow his pockets up and shit, you know, like a fucking balloon. But what it's all about is it's all about. It's just plain. Life is very plain. It's not complicated. People make it complicated. My choose my opinion. Listen, man, you got the up and down, the left and the right, life and death. It's just as plain as that. There's no various different ways. Go on.
The scripture says, man, the same shall know it, death by pain.
Yeah.
How the fuck can God love you but hate you? No, you come as a package, man. God hates you because of what the fuck you're doing.
The Most
Or
High's
God,
angry with the wicked every day.
every
Every
day.
day.
Or God loves you because
Every
of what
day.
you're doing, man. The fucking separatism, man. Yeah, that's the person and that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
What the fuck you're doing is who you are, man.
Exactly.
That's it.
God hates you because you're fucking wicked, man. And the same shall know it, death by pain.
And it's just as
Right.
plain as that. It's
Fucking
just that plain. So all of this, oh yeah, you know, oh God, you know, what is it? What they say?
God hates the sinner, not the sinner.
Right.
Or another one, they say, "Oh, God knows my heart."
Right. God knows my heart.
That's the next one again. I got a piece of it.
Oh, no.
Ecclesiasticus 3 verse 24. For many are deceived by their own vain opinion.
They break it down, bro.
For many are deceived by their own vain opinion, and an evil suspicion have overthrown their judgment.
Go, bro. You break it down.
Oh man, and that's what it is like. We're going back to these so-called churches again, right? Oh, the Lord knows my heart. All I have to do is eat his swine, and I pray over it. You know,
Oh yeah, I plead the blood of Jesus over the poor.
you know what I mean? Everything is, and there's other scriptures about it's not based on your vain interpretation. That's another one again. You see?
Yeah.
You see, that's why you have to be taught over again. You have to become a newborn babe, start all over again, get up all that back dirty wash.
Fucking
You know what I mean?
yeah,
You know?
bro. Something that probably Sean,
man, you get mad.
fuck that, man. That scripture, the strangeness of his salvation.
Yes, yes.
Let's get that, man.
Hey, that's
The
what
fuck,
Psalm
man.
5. Yeah, we
Yeah. You can just do what the hell you want to do.
Yeah, man.
Pray over the swine.
Yeah, man.
Pray over the
man.
what I talked about earlier. The calamari. You know, the shrimp.
Yeah.
And all that bullshit, man. What the hell, man? You gotta follow the commandments, man.
That's it.
So, brother, no, talk, bro. The commandments went, so I guess the commandment just went
It went out the window.
Went out the window.
And then what do they say in church as well, Ahab? They say, Jesus done away with
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
But then the Lord himself said, I've not come to destroy, but to fulfill, man. So what the fuck are you talking about, man?
Okay.
Them churches are demonic, man.
You're right, let me just say something, right? You said something on the chat about a few months ago, and up today I'm cracking up. Remember the little image goes, the thief wanted to get he was had a knife.
Yeah,
and he wanted to
yeah.
get that woman.
Yeah.
And he said, Jesus loves me. And somebody says in the background, every time.
Yeah.
That's why you catch these Christians, you know?
yeah.
You remember the same one?
Yeah, I remember
on the
what you're
chat?
talking about, bro.
Oh, man,
I remember,
that is-
man.
You know what I mean?
Someone got,
Wisdom of Solomon 5, yeah?
Yeah.
Right, Wisdom of Solomon 5 from verse 1. Then shall that righteous man stand in great boldness
Right.
before the face of such as have afflicted him.
righteous, why? Because they stood for something, man. The saying is kind of corny, but it's true. If you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything,
Yeah.
man. Christians fall for anything.
Yeah, man.
Because anything goes. Pork goes,
Yeah.
being fucking homosexual goes,
Yeah, man.
you know. Anything goes with Christianity, man.
You have to drop it, man. You have to drop it.
Adultery goes,
You have to drop it.
anything goes, man. But it says, then shall the righteous man stand. Why? Because what did it say about Job? A righteous man that escheweth evil.
Yeah.
You have to be on the side, man. You have to either stand for righteousness or be okay with wickedness, man.
That's right.
These Christians, they're okay with wickedness, but want to dress themselves in righteousness. That's wicked, man. So when the Lord comes back, he's gonna fucking kill you Christians, man.
You know what too as well. You know what I found out some months ago is that there was a lot of lightning strikes up on these churches too.
Yeah, churches.
They
Churches.
get fucked up out
Churches.
here. You know, and really, when you think of the word church is referring to a group of men that are standing with the Lord. It ain't representing these churches. All right, excuse me, these buildings, which is filled with these silly people.
You go up in them sanctuaries, it smells funky as fuck.
Sure does.
From like last week's sweat, because they were all dancing and having a fucking time in their life in there, man. Like it smelled like a club, bro.
Yeah, man.
You know, you brother's big club, man.
Yeah.
You walk up into the club, it's all dark and shit. You got the bouncer, he's checking you and shit. You go in the club, but it's the same fucking thing. You go up in the so-called sanctuary of these churches, you got a deacon standing there. They got to open a door for you.
Yeah.
You know, you go up in the church, man. That's some bullshit, man. Comfort, man.
You got Deacon Donovan over there waiting for this congregation coming in, man.
Go on, man. So that, go. Caleb, finish that.
Yeah, can't, right?
Yeah, Deacon Donovan. On a Sunday morning, his suit and tie on.
He got a Rolex on
Yeah.
too. My man got a Rolex on.
Yeah. And he's pointing to where you sit. The fucking Christians, man. It's like a skunk, bro.
Right, and then they call themselves getting the Holy Spirit, and they start jumping around doing backflips, side flips, and all that.
Telling you where to sit so you can catch the Holy Spirit.
Right. Right. Sit over there.
Go on.
But they shall that righteous man stand in great boldness before the face of such as have afflicted him and made no account of his labours. When they
What
see it,
labors have you Christians done, man? You fucking going in them churches every Sunday, smacking tambourines in your hand and catching the unholy spirit. That's not no work of the Lord, man. Fuck you talking about, man? You go home. I've got family members, man. I'm in the house, man. It fucking pisses me off. They're on the phone talking to the other family members. Oh yeah, pastor said this, and I'm not too sure about that. It's all about their feelings, man. If pastor's preaching at what they want to hear, yeah, I love Bishop.
good sermon.
Yeah, good sermon. I like Bishop. I like pastor. But if pastor says something you don't like, you spend the whole fucking week bitching about the same nigga you're gonna go back to on Sunday. You dickhead, man. What the hell, man? The scripture says you made no account of their labors, man. You niggas in the church ain't laboring, man. You going up in there for your own eyes and your own ears and your own emotions to get attended to, man.
It's true, man.
That's why the scriptures call it the whorehouses, man.
Yeah.
You spiritual whores and you physical whores. As the elder said, man, you damn adulterers, man. You know, fucking churches, man. That's bullshit. Go on,
You've
man.
got people who go up in the church just because they like the music.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Either they're sitting in the audience liking the songs, or we've got, some musicians in there, yeah, with the drums, yeah, the keys, you know. More like how it's done.
Bro, I'll be honest, bro. Brothers are guilty of that,
Yeah,
man. Certain brothers are musicians. I used to go to church and play piano and then fuck off. I listen to no damn pastor, man. I go there for the music,
Right.
the music and the girls, man.
And they know what we like, and they cater to us.
Get to it,
Yeah,
man. How about that? I was that nigga, man. I'll be making the beats, man, and then when the pastor comes on, I'll go outside. I ain't fucking listening to
Yeah, I
the
tell you no
pastor,
lie, man.
man.
Sometimes I used to go to church when I see some guys with a bass guitar, and I'm watching him, I see it's so cool.
Yeah.
I wish I could learn that. I wish I could learn that.
Yeah.
And he's really going down with the beat,
Let me tell you, in them churches, man, the worst niggas are the musician niggas.
Oh man,
Them musicians are the worst
They know what
niggas
they're
going, man.
Yeah.
Because they're cocky. As you see,
cocky.
they're full of themselves.
Full of themselves. It's true.
You know, because they know that without them, church ain't going to be fun.
Right.
Right. Yeah.
Finish that. bro.
They get girl too.
Yeah, they get knocked, yeah, man. Yeah.
5 and 2, Wisdom of Solomon 5 and 2. When they see it, they shall be troubled with terrible fear, and shall be amazed at the strangeness of his salvation, so far beyond all that they look for.
Yeah, and just like the brother said, man, them niggas they didn't put the work in to talk about, oh, I'm saved. Like, bro, like before you get salvation, you gotta put that work in, man. Not what warming up chairs in them side of the buildings. Like the Lord never sanctioned with seat warmers. The Lord sanctioned the those who put the work in, man. The scripture says that what is it? The work is abundant, but the labors are few. All right, so and that's the only way you're gonna be saved. The Apocrypha tells you, I'm gonna quote it again, that they were justified by their works. All right,
That's true. It's about the words, because
about the
the scripture talks about the sweat of their brow.
right,
You know what I mean?
right.
You have to sweat and do this. But that's a sweat. I mean, you have to work hard.
Yeah.
You have to put in the labor for this
Yes,
work.
and that's in everything in life.
In
If you
everything
want
in
to
life.
become something in life,
Anything
you
in
have
life.
to, like you mentioned, bro. You got what is it? Quick scheme.
Yeah.
That's all bullshit, man. If you want to get rich on anything, you got to put the work in. You got to be dedicated to put the work in. That's just how it is. Even when it comes to working out on everything, you got to put the work in. It's like the apostles, man. The apostles put the work in to be where they're at.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing. So in order for us to be a master of what we do, right, to be good at what we do, we have to be consistent on it.
Yeah. In righteousness.
In righteousness.
You're right.
Yeah, so
And the grandmaster gets they get the respect, and they deserve the grandmasters. They, you know, in the martial arts, man who is that, no, that. They get the respect because they put the work in, and they deserve that respect. The grandmasters of the masters, because they're the masters of the masters, the grandmasters.
that's why they call them grandmasters.
Yeah.
Yeah, so let's go back to what we was at before, man.
I got one for you. This might remind us where we was.
Go on.
I'll read it and then we'll see. Yeah. First Ezra chapter 4, 37 says, "Wine is wicked. The king is wicked. Women are wicked. All the children of men are wicked." Because you mentioned that it's not about opinion. It's not about opinion. There's no left. It's straightforward. Yeah. You saying that it's not about opinion. Yeah. Wicked. All the children of men are wicked, and sometimes their wicked works, and there is no truth in them in their unrighteousness. Also they shall perish. Last one. As for the truth, it endureth and is always strong. It liveth and conquereth forevermore.
Oh yeah, hold on to that and get on Matthew 24. Somebody get Matthew 24, where it mentions on how what is it, man? Heavens and earth will pass away, but my words will not pass away. Somebody get that, because that's what it's all about. It's all about the truth. And when you live in the truth, you don't perish like the truth does. But when you're living a lie,
Like
you
a lie.
perish like the lie.
Like a lie.
You become the lie. So it's all about you living according to this truth. So she walked the track.
Them Kushites are alright.
Yeah. Especially the taller one.
Taller.
Track.
Kushite, yeah.
Right.
Some of them, I'm into smooth, girl with clean first and foremost, but smooth skin, smooth and silky. Back to you,
We're
girl.
gonna get all of that. Go on, bro.
Matthew 24 and verse 35. Let me read from verse 34. Verily I say unto you, this generation shall not pass till all these things be fulfilled. Heaven and earth shall pass away, but my words shall not pass away.
That's just how it is. Like the end all be all. At the end of the day, it's about the words of the Lord. It ain't about my opinion or your truth. That's all. That's that bullshit that the serpent brought to Eve. And the Levites took it up like it was nothing. And they take it and it's like it's a reality. You know, it's a particular philosophy that I can go by. But believing in myself. Nah, man, that's not it right there. And a lot of people that have that mentality, they're gonna want to die. We'll see if you are a God for real. When the economy crashes, like there was a video that a brother put up of this black ass woman sitting in her car talking about how one of her friends told her at the job, saying that the economy is gonna collapse. So she said, well, what I could actually do right now, I have a gun by my side. I can actually blow my brains out. Why did she say that? Because one of her friends told her that the economy is gonna collapse, and she was upset about that.
So she's contemplating suicide because of it.
Yeah. So this is the thing, and you know, I'm just bringing it out just to bring home the point, because the thing with Eve, man, a lot of these Evites are hella proud, they're hella prideful, they arrogant as hell, and they really think that they're just better than the world. They think that they're better than their reality. Their reality doesn't even matter, as long as what they think is what matters. Everyone that they walk past, they think that they're better than you. That's the mentality, especially these young women too. Go on, bro.
That's a good point, because what they're doing is they're not actually dealing with reality. They're projecting their ego onto things. So they're projecting, oh, I'm better than him. Oh, he ain't shit to me, I'm better than her. It's all projection, but that's not reality. That's just your ego spilling forth. You know what I mean? And it shows.
That's why the scripture says, rise up you women that are at ease. They're at ease, man. You got women that will, like, a man will approach them on a humble tip, and they're just belittling the guy. You know, or another thing these women do is that they embarrass their children. I go to supermarkets, man, and these women, they will embarrass toddlers, man. Like, what the fuck do you expect from a child, man? You know, they be having demands of the child that's just way out of their age range. But a lot of these black women, man, these black hoes, they like embarrassing their men and they like embarrassing their children. Man. I don't understand that, man.
I'll give you a little bit of an idea. It's basically, it's kind of it's men hate. They hate men. It's in them, and they hate the little boy because the little boy, you know, it looks like he's father. You know, we're going to all of that. But let me hit this precept because it kind of sums a little bit, goes into it a little bit. First Ezra's 3. I've gone back a couple of verses.
So like about to the point, I mean, we ain't gonna get it, but Ezekiel 9. That's why the scriptures mentions you women more than twice, man. Maids, women, and children, man. You women gonna get fucked up, man. A lot of Jacob's trouble is gonna be these tribes, these women of these tribes getting put to death, man.
And you know what, too, there's more of them than us. So when you really think about it, people that's going to be put to death on, it's going to be a lot of women.
A lot of you women,
we may be the ones, the most, you know, aware of those, those mighty men or the men with spiritual power could be us, and we're going to be doing it. We're going to be take part in killing a lot of them.
That's that thing. If you can't swim,
he knows how we feel.
If you can't swim and you're in the sea, you push someone else down so you can keep your head above water, man. That's what you do to the so-called black man. All right, you fucking push him down to society so you can elevate yourself. That's why, if Esau's the gun, the extended clip is the black woman. Okay, or the silencer part of the gun is the black woman, because you don't see it coming. You expect her to be on your side, but she's the fucking devil as much as Esau. That's why these black bitches, man. You talk about a generation before where if you try and approach you, hey sweetie, hey you beautiful, I like you, you know, they'll kind of be shy and shamefaced. But you're right, Beyonce, Nicki Minaj, to the left spirit, what's her name? Cardi B, man. You fucking bitches. You be listening to them demonic women, not even women, they're just fucking demons. Harlots, Cardi B, the bitch. You be listening to them, and then a guy will approach you, and you catch your attitude trying to shame him, man. We're going. Jacob's trouble is going to be like the ancient world, man. You talk shit to a man's face, you fucking get punched in your skull, man. That's how it's going to go, man. The scripture says, rise up, you women that are at ease, man. If you're thinking you're going to be all sexy and exclusive, you're going to get a sexy punch. So like it,
but you know what's going to happen, though? Just to add to what you're saying, is we got to just be real out here. Like, we're dealing with the real world. When this economy hits ground zero and there's civil unrest, a lot of these harlots out there are going to be raped. They're going to be raped. You know, since they like to show their ass crack. From you know, the vagina, like to show that too. Like to show everything, like, well, you know what? Some guys are just going to take it and do whatever they got to do. Because I'm telling you, when this society hits ground zero, men are going to result to what they are. Beasts.
Men are men.
You're gonna have women catching punches like Mike Tyson is fucking giving them a jab. Fuck you say, bitch. You know, as the elder said, you're gonna get raped, man. You're gonna watch your children get put to death. There's an account of the two women when they were starving. They said, today we'll eat my son, and tomorrow we'll boil yours. You know, you're gonna come to them conclusions. Now you're up in you women and your fucking decision making. You're deciding what color nails you want to get. Don't want acrylic. Don't want this. Don't want that. Don't want the French tip. I don't know. Yeah, the time is coming when your decision making is, am I going to eat my son?
real
Yes.
survival. The
It's
real
gonna
survival.
get real out here, man.
Yeah,
You see,
man.
the thing of it is, right? Like this is why you gotta live in reality. Because when you don't live in reality and you live in your own bubble, you get. And this is what we was talking about earlier before. This is what we was talking about before about pride. See, when you're too, because what it is with these females, society has gassed them up so much
Yeah, man.
that they just don't see nothing. They don't see you. They don't see the reality they live in.
Yeah.
They're above everything in this world. They're actually gods. They actually think like they're the most high.
Yeah, but that's Jeremiah.
So they believe that they can just say what they want, do what they want, and don't accept the repercussions. And then society actually helps them out when they make certain mistakes because of these things. But what's going to happen down the line, a lot of these women out here, they're going to get raped out here. They're going to get ravished. And I'm telling you, I'm speaking when this society gets balanced. I'm not talking now where the police can protect them and all that. I'm talking about when the police can't protect them. Okay, so now we're going to go back to the scriptures. I'll tell you what, since we're talking on that, let's get 2nd Ezra 15, man. Woo. If somebody get Revelations, what is it? I think it's 6 and 6 where it mentions the brown horse. Let's pull them scriptures out. Yeah, because that's where it's going to wind up going, man. That's where it's going to wind up going. It's going to be a lot of deaths out here. People are going to start going fucking crazy, slipping things in the stores, right? And guess what? Your powers that be are gonna collapse the system. And when this system gets collapsed, you're gonna see animals like you ain't never seen before. And guess what? People that have to rely on these different medications and stuff, they won't be able to get access to it. To tame them in the demons that's inside of these people. So when they can't tame those demons by the medication that they get from the doctor that prescribe the medication, guess what? You're gonna start seeing demonic activity on a whole nother level you ain't never seen before.
And then I think from last year there was a shortage of antidepressants.
Come.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I heard about that.
But check this out. So what about the people with on things like cigarettes?
Yes.
Oh, like-
They can't get cigarettes. How are they going to be?
Oh.
there?
How they gonna be then? Yeah. So that's why it's easy. It's easy for us to say, and we can actually vision that a lot of these women out here that really thought that they were the shit, so much so that their shit didn't stink, and their shit smelled like a bunch of lilies and shit. They gonna find out, man, that you ain't what you thought you was.
Not lilies.
Yeah. Go on, brother.
2nd Ezra 15 from verse 5. Now let me start from 4. For all the unfaithful shall die in their
Say
unfaithfulness.
what you could do to be exact. Get the scripture where it says for the cities that were there you go.
Yeah, there we go. This is 2nd Ezra 15, starting at about verse 17. A man shall desire to go into a city and shall not be able, for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled.
Yeah, and when the cities are troubled, who becomes victims of these troubled cities? More in particular, women. Women become victims of this. Just like back in the like you just mentioned, brother, the Josephus. When you go into the history of what happened to Jerusalem, Jerusalem was so in a deteriorated situation that women resorted to eating their children. So one may think to themselves, that could never actually happen in this time.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Well, doesn't it say in the scriptures, the book of life, doesn't it say that there is no new thing under the sun, saying that it's already been a old time? And also, doesn't it say in the scriptures that, I tell you what, 'cause I'm going to go off on it. Somebody get it. Ecclesiastes 1 and verse, what is it? I think it's in verse 8. But read that what you got.
It says, for because of their pride, the city shall be troubled. The houses shall be destroyed, and men shall be afraid.
Right?
A man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword.
Right, and shall destroy their house with the sword. So you're going to have your next door neighbor that you were best mates with. He's going to try and infiltrate your house for food and take your food too. Okay? So a lot of chaotic times are going to come out there, and it's not going to be, oh, well, he ain't cute enough, or I don't like him, and I have a plethora of decisions and choices. You're not going to have no choice. It's either you're going to sell your box, let's just going to keep it real.
Yeah.
You're going to have a lot of women out here that's going to probably sell their ass just to find a man to hold on to their life.
So life's about being imposed in your real life.
This is what's going to be real.
Yep.
Okay?
selected to cut
Go
in,
on,
right?
bro.
These women are hoes anyway, so the ones who pretend that they're not hoes at this moment because they're living in a society which upholds adultery, when the society collapses, they're going to revert to type. So they're going to be doing whatever they can to survive,
Yeah.
and their box is going to be a bargaining tool.
That's just going to be the reality. Go on, bro.
So it says, a man shall have no pity upon his neighbor, but shall destroy their houses with the sword and spoil their goods because of the lack of bread and the great
And
tribulation.
you're not gonna have the free access to food in these stores. I could just go to the liquor store over there, the convenience store to get some food, or go to that Sainsbury's over across the road. Listen, man, you're not gonna have the privilege to do that anymore. It's gonna be a totally different situation. And this is what is going to happen in this society. This is what's going to happen in the UK and as well as America as well, in France and all over the place. Places that you wouldn't even think this could happen to. It's going to happen. And it mentions the pride of the cities. That will be trouble. How about that? Go on, bro.
As the one you called for. Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9. The thing that have been, it is that which.
That's what I wanted you. That's what I wanted you, brothers, to get. The thing that which is to be, the thing that which was is that which shall be.
Yes.
Go on.
Ecclesiastes 1 verse 9. The thing that have been, it is that which shall be.
Right, so we just had a situation that happened in the sun in 7 AD, right? So guess what? Being that this is the second Roman Empire, the same thing is going to happen all over again. There's going to be a 70 AD 2.0. And being that this is the last of all of the paganistic empires, this shit's going out with a big bang. All right? You're going to start seeing things you ain't never seen before. That's why Daniel mentioned it. Pull Daniel's 12. Somebody pull Daniel's 12. Because this ain't just going to be no, average tribulational time. That's the only word I could use. This tribulation is going to eclipse all of the tribulations that we've encountered in our past.
Worse than slavery, worse than
all combined.
All that.
Put all of that in combination.
Daniel 12:1.
12 and 1. There we go. Go on, brother.
And at that time shall Michael stand up, that great prince, forgive me, who standeth for the children of thy people, and there shall be a time of trouble, such as never was, since there was a nation, even to that same time. And at that time thy people shall be delivered, everyone that should be found written in the book.
Yeah. So in that time, what do you think is going to happen to their females? What do you think is going to happen to their children? This is a reality check, man. See, we see. You know what the issue is, right? That I'm thinking about. We live in a fake society, a world that has created this illusion that everyone's protected.
Right.
There's this sense of feeling that I'm gonna be okay and I'm protected and this and that and the third. I don't have to worry about going out and somebody's gonna do A, B, and C to me. Listen, I'm telling you, when this society breaks the fuck down,
I know.
it's gonna go the fuck down, man. Like the brother mentioned, like the ancient world. It's gonna be like that, worse.
The spirit, because yesterday I put in the chat that video of High Priest Ariel King Marshall preaching. I was watching it, and High Priest Ariel, I think, said that, as to back up the elder, you people, you think that you're protected because of 911 and 999, but the time is coming when you're gonna call 911, and 911 is gonna be getting killed. Them people on the phones, they're going to be getting fucked up. And if you think it's far-fetched, well, now in France you've got the fire brigade fighting with the police.
Oh yeah, that's
That's second Ezra 15 and 16, sedition among men. So all your as the elders getting into all your safety mechanisms. I just call the police. Yeah, you call them, and they're going to be asking you for help, man.
And you know what as well? They're gonna bring the boys in black with all of that gear and the guns the size of your damn body. They're gonna use them bad boys and they're gonna just start killing people. Women and children can get it too.
In Australia, I read the article yesterday. In Australia, they've got robot dogs.
I saw that.
Yeah, police can control them with their minds.
Yeah, that's true. Because I also read that article too. So this is the thing, man. Like, what's coming down the pipe, right? This is not a joke. See, people like to joke around and think that everything's funny. Everything's, oh, I can do what I want. Okay, you keep doing what you want and see where that's gonna lag you. And a lot of these chicks out here that have not repented, that's been walking past us, they're gonna get caught up in that mess. They're gonna get caught up. All of those guys that used to walk past, hey, shalom, brother, I like what you're saying. Yeah, shalom, shalom. Listen, man, you're gonna wish you had the shalom. All right, the peace of the Most High. What I meant to say, you're gonna wish you had that. All right, but it's too late because you didn't want to repent. So yeah, and he's absolutely right when he says shalom, brother, because yeah, it's only all we're gonna have is the peace. But where's your shalom in that time?
You got it, nigga. You really got it.
That's the question you're gonna be asking yourself. Where are them guys that used to teach the name of the Lord? You ain't gonna find us. But yeah, I mean, a lot of these high city girls out here that think that they're just the shit, and everyone's high, you know, everyone's a 9 and a 10, everyone's model chicks. Guess what, man? I'm telling you, every last one of y'all are gonna be stripped down to your reality. All right?
And that's what Kevin Samuels told you, bitch, man.
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Samuels told you that he used to let the women call up on his show, and one of them, he basically just told her the truth and broke her down like, you're a piece of shit, man. You ain't worthy in this life, man. You know, and you know what she said? At the end of him breaking her down, she goes, so what do I have to do to get a high value man? And he said, die, bitch. Be reincarnated. It's the truth, man. It's too late for you hoes, man. You're gonna have to die and come back in the kingdom.
Yeah.
Straight up, be reincarnated, man. Because you're too far gone.
And this is, and you see, like when we're talking about these women, man, at the same time, we also got to bring it back to us too, because we had a sense of pride too at one particular point in time. But the point is what I'm making on this regard is the fact that you got to be humble, you got to be low. Because when you're low in the mind and you're real about yourself, you can see what you're supposed to be seeing within yourself, the do's and the don'ts. But when you got hella pride, you can't see anything. And that's why they're gonna get messed up out here, because they're not in tune with themselves, the reality. Okay? When you're in tune with the reality, what you find out is that I'm not what I was. And it's good to be that way so that you can see the dangers. But when you got a high sense of pride, you can't see shit, man. All you seeing is yourself.
I don't know if you brothers saw the clip with this woman. She went into this gym, the 24-hour gym. But you know this place is full of pride anyway. You know, what a woman's doing in the gym, I know you have to work at different times. What is a woman doing in a 24-hour gym? Working out at like 3 o'clock in the morning. Anyway, she went into the gym, right? She's by herself, the only person in the gym, right? The security cameras, she come in the gym, working out. Man came in, right? She buzzed him. Man knocked at the door, she buzzed him in. She come in and that same man attacked her. And it's all caught in the cameras.
Yeah, I saw that.
It's all caught in the cameras. He
didn't get his way with her.
No, he didn't get his way. But what it is, right, she was so prideful afterwards when she was interviewed. She goes, oh, if I wasn't working out and being strong. But she ran. She fled from his man. Right? She fled from his man. You know what I mean? And there's all the security cameras. Where's the help then? You know what I mean? So they're all gassed up, man. They're all gassed up.
Yeah, that's it. I got one for you.
You know?
2 Corinthians 8 and 50 says, for many great...
I deserve a Prince Charming, I deserve this and I deserve that. Woman, you don't deserve a goddamn thing because you didn't put the work to get it. Go on.
Great misery shall be done to them that in the latter times shall dwell in the world because they have walked in great pride.
And that's just the problem. Because see, let's go now. Let's break this thing down. Let's get the book of Proverbs, and let's get the precept where it mentions. I don't know where it's at, right? It's Salakia. But the scripture says, pride coming before the fall, and we're gonna go into the precepts on pride now. So there's a topic after a topic. Go on, brother. Let's read that once again, and we're gonna go into that precept. Because that's just the one thing you don't want to have. You don't want to have this pride, man. Because not only do women have it, but you got a lot of jakes, you got a lot of brothers that have that too. Like these other camps and all of that, Al-Azhar, guys like that, they have this pride. And guess what? What's going to happen to them? They're going to take that mark, right? And guess what? They're going to be destroyed. Because out of pride, out of ego, they got to defend what they got.
I got it, Elder.
Go on now.
Proverbs 16, verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction. And haughty spirit before a fall.
Right, and a haughty spirit, in other words, someone that's undisciplined. And that's what we're coming from. Because all you're seeing is yourself at this point when you're prideful. I'm gonna just do what I want to do because I feel I can do it. I can do it.
And I deserve
And
it.
I deserve to do it. So I'm gonna do it. So let's read it again.
Proverbs 16 verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and a haughty spirit before a fall.
So all of them people that have this mentality, they're gonna fall great because they didn't humble themselves. They were megalomaniacs, and that's really what that is. That's a megalo fucking maniac right there. Someone that thinks severely high of themselves, and they're under this illusion of grandeur. All right.
Better it is to be of an humble spirit with the lowly
Right.
than to divide the spoil with the proud.
Yeah. What makes it better because you're able to see the ins and out of everything when you're humble, even within yourself. You're able to see the ins. You're able to see the wrongs and the right about yourself, and to examine yourself. That's the whole benefit of being humble, being low key, knowing that you have shortcomings, knowing that there's issues. Because if you know that there's an issue within yourself or anything of that sort, there's any issue you know about, guess what? You're gonna see it and you're gonna find it and fix it. If you don't see that there's an issue in yourself, you're not gonna be able to fix it. So a lot of these people are gonna die as a result of not being able to see their own personal issues. Because of what? Pride. Go on, brother.
That's it. Oh, I got one.
Go on,
Proverbs 29 and 23 says, a man's pride shall bring him low,
Yeah.
but honor shall uphold the humble in spirit.
And that's another thing, and honor shall uphold the humble in spirit. So if you want to reach to a greater extent in life, you gotta first humble yourself. You gotta be humiliated first.
Yeah.
Humiliation, then comes the honor. But when you're operating in a sense of pride, and you got it all going on, and you got everything in the bag, and you ticking all of the boxes, nigga, guess what? You ain't gonna have anything after that mindset. You're gonna lose everything. All right, because life is a balance. There's an up and a down, and there's a down and an up. So if you have this up in your spirit, nigga, you're gonna be down. You're gonna be down and out. Okay? And Esau, you know what too? When Yahushua makes a second return, Yahushua is gonna show an example out of Esau because he's the most proud of every nation of the world. Go on, brother.
Proverbs 14 and 3. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but
Yes.
the lips of the wise shall preserve them.
Right, and guess what? A fool doesn't really know what's going on. So if anything, I'm not gonna put this man. Yeah, a fool doesn't really know what the hell is going on. They're just going by and by. But then again, as it mentions about what is it being prideful. Read it again.
Proverbs 14 and 3. In the mouth of the foolish is a rod of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve him.
Right.
I
Go
want
on,
to say
no,
something
go on.
on this because it reminds me of Conor McGregor, and he was a good MMA fighter. When he's still around, hanging around, he might come back. You know, he's well known as Irish, but could well be a J, going back to us, the seed of Jacob. And he fought Nabib on the Russian fight, top super middleweight or super middleweight Russian guy. He used to rap with beers, Khabib. But anyway, Conor McGregor's good and he's a good trash talker. But even with me, I like all them kind of things, trash talking. But even with me, when I went a bit too far with it, we started to get personal with Khabib, because Khabib is a devoted Muslim, but he was brought up in that field of MMA, fighting with bears and all that. You know the Russians, that's their thing. The bears, they're kind of like the image, innit? The image of the bear. So there's some thick people, and they could be jakes too. You know,
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But anyway, the point is, when he went into the ring now, when all the bravado went out the window, there's no more trash talking. It's just like your fist doing the talking. Conor McGregor was holding out for about 2 rounds because he was good at stand-up combat, was good with the stand-up. But when he took him down, Khabib took him down, the Russian, he ramps with bears, he wrestles with bears, young bears. And he just tired him out, he just kept his body on him, tired out Conor McGregor couldn't do much. He weighed him down and McGregor just lost. You can see all his energy, he just left him. And then the second round, it was the first round. I think it was the first round, no, the second round, the bear, Khabib got up and he said, well, yeah, you look like you're running out of energy now. And he got anything to say now, you can see them talking. And he kind of like, you can see when he walked back now, because he had to come back to the third round. You see, when he walked back, he said, "Oh, I don't know what I'm going to do with this one." He humbled his ass.
Yeah.
When he went into the third round now, he just carried on doing what he was doing in the second round, carried on mauling him, stayed on him, and then he choked him out. He tapped out. Conor
McGregor, he thought he could
tapped out. But all that bravado and big mouth thing, and he was even doing it with Floyd Mayweather. Some people say Floyd Mayweather was a bit too flash and brash. But he was even trying to overtalk him. So he went a bit too far. So now, back to the precept, I read it again. In the mouth of the foolish is the word of pride, but the lips of the wise shall preserve them. Now you can do that because you have to do that to sort of fight. Trash talk. But really, it comes down to what you're going to be doing in the ring. That's really what's going to deter whether you're going to win or not. If you really can back up what you're saying, maybe you can get away with it. But he got humbled. That's the point. Too much talking, too much bragging
and you know what too? He believed in his confidence. He believed in his pride. He believed in his own bullshit. So what happens is when you believe in that level of pride, because it's just what it is. It's just a pseudo projection that you have in yourself.
That's what you say. That's the point.
That's what it is. And many people have these fake facades and they're walking around like it's real, but it's not real because when shit goes way loud, as the saying goes, when the shit hits the fan, guess what? The fan is gonna fan away. That's that level of pride, man. Point blank in the story. So right now, you have to be humiliated, man. You have to show humility and just be real, because when it gets real, guess what? You'll be immune to being real because you was real from the beginning. Okay, so when a real situation meets you, you can relate to it because you've already been in the real world. Okay. Yeah. So read on with that.
I'll read another one. We were talking about pride. This is he read that one. I'll read this one.
That's why
Proverbs chapter 13 and 10
come.
says, "Only by pride cometh contention, but with the well-advised is wisdom."
Right, but with the well-advised is wisdom. And also, going back to the point that you just read, pride coming from what? Contention. And guess what? When you're actually prideful and you're arrogant, guess what? You'll be self-willed in your own way, and therefore you'll what? Be in contention with the Most High. And that's something that you don't do. As it is written, it is a fearful thing to fall into the hands of the Lord. So that's really when you act on pride, contending with the Most High. Okay? Go on.
Proverbs 6 verse 16. These 6 things doth the Lord hate.
Oh yeah.
Yea, 7 are an abomination unto him. A proud look, and that's the first one. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood.
And that's Esau, all in one. You love to shed blood. It says that you've hated not to shed blood. And also says that in the book of Obadiah, it mentions on that blood shall pursue me. And it also mentions that he sit up in higher places. I'm roughly paraphrasing the scripture. And those higher places that he sits upon, exemplifies his level of pride against the people and pride against the Most High as well. So this is why I said before that when Messiah makes his second return, he's going to visit this realm and show Esau that you're just a mere mortal.
Right.
You're not a power, you're not a God, you can't transcend into the future, infinity and beyond. That doesn't exist for you. Okay? And that's what the Lord is going to show. And also show that the thing of it is, you cannot be pride. You can't use pride to go somewhere.
Yeah.
Now you could be confident. It's a difference between being prideful and confident. Because when you're confident just means that you're faithful. You have faith in something, or you have faith in the Lord, and about something. Like we're confident, but sometimes that can misconstrued with for pride. But we're not prideful.
There's a saying. There's a thin line between courage. What's the word, man? Thin line between bravery. There's a thin line between bravery and stupidity. So people say, all right, I want to go into for example, I want to go into the jungle with my tent and I want to sleep out over there overnight. And if there's any bears come, I just come out the tent. Like that. Now, I would say that's stupid, right? Now, but you've got people that say, well, no, you got to shout loud. Well, me, I ain't going into no fucking jungle with no tent. Anyway, that's one of the most vulnerable things you can sleep in. But the point is, just to add to what what the elder's saying. That is true. There is a thin line between bravery and stupidity. Now everybody has their what they consider their own boundaries, right? Now I just mentioned that I wouldn't go into the jungle when I was young 10. It's just like it's too defensive. Right? What is it? The three bears.
Goldilocks.
You got Goldilocks, but then you got what's the other one? The three little pigs.
Oh yeah, Big Bad Wolf.
Right, we learned about all that in school. But the house of stone, the straw, the sticks, and the concrete. The wise one built his house he lived in the concrete, in a bricks, house made of bricks, not straw and not sticks. But the best, safest place would be to live in a house of concrete. You know, so that would be as far as I'm concerned, that would be not being overly stupid. That would be being that wouldn't be being stupid. That thin line between bravery and stupidity. Bravery. That I would say that's within your boundaries. That's the point.
Just to add to your point, because we were talking about how pride can sometimes be misconstrued. We were talking about how our confidence can be misconstrued as pride. But it's very simple, right? Break it down this way. Most people who are proud lack self-esteem. So they project pride to look as if, they lack confidence and they have poor self-esteem. So they use pride as a mask.
Right.
But really, if you've got good self-esteem, you don't need pride. Because you'll know that, hey, you know what, man, no matter what happens, I'm not a piece of shit. You know, I don't need to do this to prove that I'm not a piece of shit or whatever. So really the saying is this, that pride is the poor man's substitute for self-esteem.
Beautifully put.
Yeah, because that woman that got beat the MMA fight, what's her name?
Ronda Rousey.
She had a low self-esteem. They was just trying to put her up. Well, after we saw that she did, but they was trying to level her and say she's as good as Floyd Mayweather. Superwoman. But when she got her ass kicked, she couldn't go down on the ground. She has Harley Stevens, Holly Holmes that beat her. Yeah, that's another example. I used to relate a lot of these type of things to. I relate them to MMA because a lot of people get humbled, and a lot of people can be also example too. So she lost to that fight because people was blowing smoke, too much smoke up her, and she couldn't really have the self-esteem to say, no, let me stay in my lane. Because if she had a whole healthy self-esteem, she would have said, no, don't put me in that category.
Yeah.
Let me stay in my lane. That's the point that you're making. Because slowly but surely, I'll work my way up. I ain't on no level of Floyd Mayweather.
She said she could beat any man.
She goes and she drinks the juice like a lot of women do. That's the problem. They ain't strong enough to say, no, I ain't capable to speak, I'm not on the level of no man. I ain't better than men. Let me stay in my lane. I'm a woman. Yeah. And that's why they drink the juice. That's why they become so vulnerable. You know, and have a low self-esteem.
Because they put themselves in situations that they don't have to put themselves in. Because Esau tells them to, there's a sense of equality. You could be just as good as a man.
Ronda Rousey, that.
And I believe she got her finger like messed up or something like that.
Ronda Rousey?
Yeah.
She got bust up real bad.
Does a lot of stupid things, you know, because women ain't got them. They don't reason or rational. She goes and does things like what men are supposed to do. She got a little bit of muscle. You know what I mean? That's probably why she mashed up her finger, man. When they go into, going in danger zones. Yeah. But anyway, but the men of the Lord, anyway, to cut a long story short, the men of the Lord, now the Most High call the Spirit upon us to be real men, as we said. We was once there, right? And we're now learning to be real men. The ones that are going to hearken and maybe going to get selected, right? When we, seven women shall, elders or whatever, 7 women shall take hold of. We're going to correct them, put them in order, and give them put orders back in the land even now. You got even that Andrew Tate is another understudy. Andrew Tate and the Fresh and Fit podcast. Now, even some of the brothers are saying, some of the things that they're saying are true. You know, women should stay in their lane and let the men do what they do. And that's the spirit of the great millstone elders. The vibration is in the earth. Men are becoming more manly.
And you know too as well.
And we're gonna teach the women how to be real feminine women.
Yeah, that's all right. Yeah, but you know what it is though? To just go to the original reason why women think the way that they think is really because they're under the influence of demons. It's really a demon which has been built into them through the media, Because remember, the media, that's where you get your demons from.
That's right.
Yeah.
So women, for the most part, they consume a lot of media, right? They believe in what they see on TV more than we do.
Yeah.
So those demons that's working on those televisions is going to come in her mind, and then she's going to live out those demons.
It's lovely to interject. I don't know if you guys remember the film series Poltergeist from the 80s. Who's the TV talking to? The little girl.
Exactly. Why the little girl? Because the little girl is vulnerable. So the more vulnerable and weaker you are, the more you're going to be susceptible to these different diseases, which are the demons which deliver these diseases.
Right.
All right. Because remember, the women, they're the weaker vessel.
Yeah.
Even though they want to believe that Esau make them to believe that they're just as strong as we are, they're not strong. Because they actually believe in the hype what's being told to them than how we believe.
I want to preach that going. Genesis chapter 3 and 1 says, now the serpent was more subtle, as you're talking about, than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, ye have God said, ye shall not eat of the tree of the garden. And we know what it said. And the woman said unto the serpent, he may eat of the fruit of the tree of the garden. Right.
That's what he did.
That's the media, modern day media today.
Yeah, it's the serpent. Because we're talking about, like, the so-called white man, overall, he's carrying that same spirit that he was back in the garden, Esau. And when you look up the term serpent, somebody look up that word serpent in the Bible. Oh yeah, come, okay. Yeah, 3, chapter 3.
Chapter 3
And verse, what verse you read?
You can read it off the top. 1.
Because, like, these Christians, which they don't understand the scriptures, right? You can understand that. They've been telling that there was an actual serpent in the other garden that was slithering around and that spoke to it wasn't an actual serpent slithering around the place. What it was a man that was skilled on deception.
Yep.
Now, if you look up that word serpent, we're going to look into it even up and then it goes into it. Because to be a serpent, you have to be what? Wise. You have to have a particular kind of skill to manipulate someone to get them to do what you want them to do.
Andrew Tate is good at that. All them men that say they're really for it, really, there's an agenda too. Because Andrew Tate, what does he do? He puts women on the what's that thing with what the women then do? The OnlyFans. He's got so he's a serpent. You know, he's for it, but then again he's using it to his advantage as well.
And you know, so a lot of those guys is on the podcast telling about relationships. And let me tell you something about these guys, these relationship guys. These relationship guys, these relationship gurus, they know that the relationship world is done. They already know this, but what they're doing is they're using their platforms to just make money. That's all they're doing. Because even they know the situation is bad. They know it's bad.
The men them, they're calling them pastors.
Yeah.
Well, I don't give a fuck about this. I don't care. I say it straight. I'm cold. Yeah, I'm cold like that. Fuck this relationship. But that's because maybe I am at the stage I'm at now doing what I saw, you know, what I've kind of been there and done that, you know. Different reality. But you got men now they're calling passport men because they're going to Brazil and because they want a relationship. You know what I mean? And I don't blame them. And you ain't getting none in no fucking westernized society.
No, it's
realistically.
The whole relationship world in the West is not happening. And they already know this already. It's just a way of making money to capitalize. Go on, bro.
Yeah, this is Genesis 1 and 3, the word serpent, H5 175, the chas, and it says serpent or snake, image, mythological.
Nah, they're going off.
Yeah, they're going off, man.
Because when you look up the word serpent, pretty much it means to be skilled in or being wise to deceive. So that's what being a serpent is. So the so-called white man, he was born with that ability to be wise to deceive. All right. I tell you what. Look up the word serpent in the New Testament. Maybe they give it away in the New Testament because I remember looking it up somewhere. No, not you, Salaki, brother. This brother did.
Me, yeah?
Yeah, New Testament.
Why is the serpent's harmless as doves?
Yeah,
I'm watching.
I never
Google something to say. Treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position
Is
of
that the word subject?
Well, it's Google's not too bad actually. Yeah, it says sly or treacherous person, especially one who exploits a position of trust in order to betray it. I
That's
mean,
what it is.
Christian church, they're full of them in Christian church. Pastors, the women, even the women them that say they want to get married to men, and they get married to the men and fuck them up. Don't give them no pussy, none of that shit. It's the truth, man.
But where did they learn all that? Where did they learn that kind of wisdom? They learned it from the official sermon.
Are we not being real now? Yes, we could be real. I've been in the Christian church 20 plus years, and it's fucking wickedness going on here. And women getting married, men getting screwed over for the rest of their life once you put the ring on. And you can't say nothing on their ass. Life done.
I'm still alive.
Hey, Shalom, brother. Y'all about to show Shalom. It's a beautiful time he came through. Because he was all
Cheer me up, laugh.
You go on, you got it. Man.
Yeah, this is from Matthew, yeah.
You go on, hit you with that.
Yeah, so from Matthew 10 and 16, right? The word for serpent there is ophis.
Ah, that's the one.
Ophis, and it says an emblem of cunning and wisdom.
Right, that's the one right there. An image of cunning and wisdom. So the serpent that was within the garden, he was what? Wise to deceive. He was cunning. That's why it tells you in Genesis 25 about Esau, how he was what? A cunning hunter. So that cunningly way that he had, that trait carried on through when he came back. That same blessing or the ability that he had at the garden, he carried that same, he was reincarnated with that same thing as Esau. Go on, Neil.
This is Psalms 58 verse 3.
And it's the same, it's like it, Caleb, it's the same spirit as the actual animal.
Yeah.
Because Job says, ask the beasts of the fields and they shall teach thee, ask the birds of the air and they shall show thee things. So like the spirit of the devil, going to be Esau, he actually adapted to the characteristics of an actual snake, man. He was there watching Eve from day to day, you know, depart from Adam and come closer to him. Because that's what snakes do, man.
Yes.
Snakes, they're very patient animals. They'll wait, they'll watch you, they'll scope you out, see your characteristics, you know, clock your pattern, then they'll strike. So the devil was watching Eve like, yeah, man, this bitch, she ain't really interested in the truth, man. You know. And he went to at the right moment.
And struck her.
And struck her, man.
This is Psalms 58 verse 6. We talk about him coming back with that same serpent-like spirit on him. Psalms 58 verse 3. The wicked are estranged from the womb.
Right.
They go astray as soon as they be born, speaking lies.
Right, and it mentions that they was estranged from the womb. What does it mean to be estranged? Meaning to be separate at
Pull the
birth.
cameras back.
So by birth, they were separate from God.
tell
Because
you
what?
as well.
They went forth speaking lies. So that's how you know that the so-called white man, beginning with the JWOs, they represent the serpent. That's why they're using the media to beguile these women. Right? And that's why young girls, for the most part, they really think and believe so much so that they're just a bunch of evil forces.
Oops, oops,
Like they really believe that they're really
Bring yes, sir?
and
Oh, okay.
That the man that he came across should actually bow down and pretty much like the scripture says, licking dust of their foot. This is their thinking. Okay? But like I said, it's all having to do with the media. The media got these women gassed up. They feel themselves too much. Alright? And that's just the bottom line. So, I mean, yeah, these women are wicked, but they can't help it because they're the weaker vessel anyway. That's why Eve was what? Eve was in the transgression rather than Adam was. Because the serpent, and plus another thing too, where's the brother? Yeah. mentioned, right, how the serpent, is a very patient animal. Now, what also does a serpent do? A serpent will attack its prey. That's weak. It's not going to go to a courageous animal. It's going to attack the animal that's weak. That's a smart thing to do. So what did he do? He attacked our group and struck people that pseudo knowledge. And guess what? She took it hook, line, and sinker. So it's the same thing with these girls out there, man. They listen to what he saw, tell them on TV, or whatever program that they watch, and they believe in that program. Go on, brother.
If I may, you gotta be a fucking dumbass to listen to some Cardi B as a model.
Yeah, but you know, the weaker vessel, like I said.
I mean, you're right, they're the weaker vessel, but it shows in their actions. Because like, Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Little Kim's, all these people, right? You're looking at them thinking that, yeah, that's how to live on the earth. But yeah, the scriptures talk about in Proverbs the 31st chapter, the things that a good woman should attain to. And also Titus the 2nd chapter, 2 and verse 3. Let the aged women likewise teach the younger women.
And you know also too, I don't need to cut you, brother, but also we have to be real too. How many mothers are teaching their daughters anything? They're not teaching them anything. So if the children are not being taught anything on how to conduct themselves, then guess what? The television will. Because you got a lot of parents, they're not doing their job, man. And plus, and like you said, brother, you got to be a dumbass to actually believe in these people and follow them in their attributes, right? But guess what? A lot of young girls that are not really, you know what I found out too? One brother was bringing it out. They were saying that a woman is not fully mentally developed until she's 25. Wow. So that explains why the young girls and women in general take heed to these false idols, and they act as though that's a proper role model to go by.
That's why the scripture says, surely the turning of your things upside down. In this society, they like to say, well, women develop faster than men. So I think that's bullshit. That's feminism. Bullshit, man. Talking about women not learning the right things from their parents. I dealt with a Benjamite bitch, and in my presence, her mother said that she's gonna cheat, she's gonna fuck different guys, but she'll come back to you. That's what her mom said right in front of my face. So these women are lost. That's why I said it earlier, man. Fuck these bitches, they're just gonna die. Apart from the elect ladies, brothers do with women, you and your household make it, your daughters, whatever the case may be. But the majority of these black women, Hispanic women, Native Americans, they're gonna die, man. The apostles been saying that from last week. Be comfortable and very close with the fact that family members, people you know in the world, and just people in general around you are gonna start dropping dead, especially women, because they're fucked. You got women teaching their daughters to cheat. What the hell do you think is gonna happen when the Lord brings judgment, man?
I got one.
We're gonna die.
It says, Sirach 25:9, it says, all wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. And even Elder Apostle Rakar, he's been guiding. Elder Apostle Rakar. Well, basically, he says, just can't say it quickly, don't let no one take your crown, no man take your crown, or don't let no woman take no crown. Your crown. Because that's one of the massive, we know anyway, like we get by extra reminders. One big reason why men leave the truth.
The wife just says their hearts is as snares and nets. When a woman asks you a question, just best believe there's another question behind it, which is the real motive. They ask you that first preliminary question as a trap. You think she's just asking you an innocent question. Now she's trapped your ass for the real motive, man. These women are wicked, man.
Sirach 25:13, it says, give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman.
Because these women, I've seen, it's a well-known video, right, of this guy. I think the woman was pissing him off. Maybe she cheated or she just drove him to breaking point. And he literally teared the door down. He broke the walls. Like, he was wrecking the house, man. But he was crying. In the video, the guy was a big, strong-ass man. He's big, burly dude crying, but fucking the house up because of how the woman drove him to that point, man. Give me any plague but the plague of the heart and the wickedness of that of a woman. the scripture says that many have lost their wits for women, man. You come off your A game, a woman will make you commit suicide.
Hey, but even saying kings have fell off with
King,
women.
yeah.
Kings, imagine.
Well, look at Solomon. Solomon fell off for women, man. Like you think about like temples and worshiping gods, that's not a one-day process. You gotta have building plans, you gotta have infrastructure, you gotta have material, you've gotta have builders, you've gotta have time frames. Solomon was under a fucking delusion for years because of his wives, man. Like a woman can make you fall off, bro.
Whip, that pussy whip.
Pussy whip, bro. You don't just, next one day you're fucking her, tomorrow there's a temple. Nah, man, there's like maybe like 4 or 5 years going into building that fucking temple. Then to worship the gods of these idols. Like Solomon was fully pussy whipped, man.
You know, too, he was old too.
He was old. He went off, man. He was old. But the point being, man, you come off your game, and like women will fuck you up, man.
Because they got spirits.
They got spirits on them, man. That's why I was watching the Dallas camp last night, early hours this morning. So
Yeah, me too.
I saw you on there,
Yeah, I was on it.
you know. And it's like, bro, man, Apostle Elder Rakar was saying it, man. Like these big Shirley, these fucking black women, like they're dangerous, man. No, they're for real, they're dangerous, man. Like you may laugh at them, and no, man, they are second to Esau.
Yeah, right.
That's right.
These Hispanic bitches, these Native American bitches, especially there's the Southern Kingdom bitches, man. They are second to as I said earlier. If Esau's the gun, the black woman is the extended clip. She's a part of the weapon that will fucking kill you, man.
No, man, she's the bullet.
She's the bullet. Yeah, she's the bullet,
Yeah,
man.
but she's the one that caused harm.
She's the one who
Damage.
Actually,
Yeah, actually pierced the heart.
the gun doesn't, the bullet does.
That's what I'm saying.
And you know, too, she'll even destroy her children in the process. You know,
Oh,
you know how many guys are in jail today because of this woman?
Yeah, man.
Because of their mothers and the women that they used to do.
Yeah.
A lot of guys in jail because of this woman. So she need to put their ass either in jail or 6 feet deep under the ground.
Yeah.
I know a woman. I don't give a fuck. I know a woman that the man, the Jake guy, he stabbed another guy to death because the other guy must have complimented the woman. Now his ass is doing life in jail. She got with that dude.
Yeah, they get off on that.
They get off. That's right.
There's
You're
a lot
right.
of those situations.
Yeah.
There's a lot of those situations. Go on, bro.
Proverbs 14 verse 1, every wise woman buildeth her house, but a foolish plucketh it down with her hands.
You know what, too, I'm going to say this as well, right? In this society, beginning with the women's liberation movement, that right there was only set up so that Esau can collect more tax, and do away with the nuclear family. Because
You're right.
really, when you think about it, a real family is set up by men. That's always
You're
been in
right.
the ancient world. It's always been in the ancient world. So what they did was they said, look, you don't need the man. You can do way better away from the man. We'll give you provisions and everything, take care of your children and everything. So the whole agenda was is for them to be the new father in the house. The government is the guy, right? To rely on. Because what the powers that you wanted also is to what? Have broken homes. So if you have a broken home, it's for the cause of what? So that the people can lean on the government, put their trust in the government, because the more people that trust in their government is the more power is given to their government. So that was the whole agenda, is to break homes. So if there's no father in the house, that house is a broken home. It's a vulnerable home at that. And they was even saying there's what is it called? Like there's a high percentage of single mothers, right? Where they have a house, and actually thieves enter in those houses, like what do you call it? Not a thief, but I'm looking for another word. What is it? Huh? Burglars.
Robber? No.
Thief, burglars,
Yeah.
simplets. Right? But anyway, like I'm saying, there's a high percentage that you're gonna get those people or those kind of men that are gonna infiltrate those houses than a house rather than with a man in it. All right? Because the man is the structure to the house. So if you take him out of the equation, then there's the house is destroyed, it's broken. And then all of these governmental institutions take charge of your child and tells your child what to do. All right, that was the whole plan. And then also to collect collect tax from the women, get the women to work so that they can make more money. That was the whole scenario. So when they set up these different, these protesters of women to promote this nonsense, it was really to get the poor women to pretty much get influenced by the system. And that's why they got to keep gassing this thing up, this whole equality thing, A, B, and C, constantly, right? It's to perpetuate that same thing, because you need, in order for you to keep your government strong, you have to have what? Broken houses. Let's keep breaking these houses. Let's take the men out the houses. Let's have the women believe they don't need a man, and let's perpetuate these broken homes. That's the bottom line. Go on.
Yeah, because if you think about it logically, the feminism movement, it was there to break the house up, and the number one woman, other than the Edomite woman, that followed the Edomite woman's philosophy was the black woman. In their 60s and 70s, when they were doing feminism, even though the nigger woman was treated like crap, she was at the white woman's marches and going yay and this, that. Well, how's that worked out for you, man? How's that worked out for our households? The other day, there was a 82-year-old pensioner, and she was killed in her own house. This man burgled her house for her pension money, but you know why? There was no man in the house.
No man in the house. So it just goes back to the point. The thing with this devil Esau, he thrives off of you being broken, vulnerable and broken. This is why the medication and all of the information that they feed you is only set to break you. It's to destroy you, because the more destroyed you are, the more they can easily govern you. This is why they're called the government, which means to control the mind. So the best way to control the population is to break them. All right? And if you can break their family constructs, then the government has the leeway to come and infiltrate.
Even the banking system, it's a debt-based system. It's based on everyone in the population having minors.
Yes. That's the whole base of the system. The whole base of this world is to have a broken population. That was the whole point, and that's why everybody's out here sick, anemic, miserable, sad. Why is this? This wasn't done by just random. It was all planned out, man. So if you can, brother, somebody get the book of Psalms, where it says, get Isaiah chapter 10 and 1, where it talks about the unrighteous decrees, and get Psalms, I think it's, in 60, something like that, where it says, they conspire in secret.
Oh, you mean
they shoot the arrows in secret?
Oh, yeah, Psalm 64.
That's what it was all about. It's to destroy households, man. And now what you have in these modern day relationships, just to keep it real, right? What you have in these modern day relationships, women leading the households. So here it is, the man, he's pushing the ground, and she's basically walking at the head of him. So who's really wearing the pants? Now, when you get in a relationship to a degree, the way Esau set up the system, you have to count out some women, because that's the way it's set up. But it's for a purpose and a reason, to destroy households. Go on, brother. So I don't cut you. So let's just say now you're a father. It's not good, brother. Let's just say you're a father, you have a child, and your wife basically leads the household. How is that child going to grow to become a constructive individual if the constructive being himself, which is a man, is men who are constructive by nature, right? So if you have him besides the woman and she's in front of him, guess what? The child is going to grow up to become like the mother, like it says in the scriptures, that the king, if the king is a certain way, the judges are going to be likened unto the king, right? So whoever is your leader, that's what you're going to become. So if you have an irrational leader that operates based on emotions, guess what? You're going to be destructive. So the so-called JOOs, they'd already sussed this out. All right? And that's why you don't have no construction among the poor. Because among the poor are led by women. Irrational women.
Just a quick one, Elder, what you said about, there's a lot of cases where you see men holding the baby and pushing the pram, like the woman's walking around with her arms by her side. I'm going to say that's impractical for one reason, right? Because really the man's supposed to be the protector. Let's say someone jumps up from behind the car, they've got a knife or a gun, and like, give me money. What's the man going to do if he's holding the baby in the pram? He ain't going to do shit. And what's the woman going to do? She ain't going to stand there and defend her and her husband. So it's impractical. Like when you think logically about things, it's just an impractical thing. But it's normalized now because men have been effeminized.
Yeah, that's right.
And you know what too? When you effeminize men, what that does is, again, that keeps the society at bay. Because remember, like men for the most part are naturally rebellious. Okay, they're going to be naturally rebels in society, right? The main people that used to cause these different uproars, it was all, motivated by men. So if we cast a spell out there, look, you can change your gender, you can do this, and you can do that, you want to be, a homosexual, you can do that too, and promote this kind of nonsense. That's going to feminize men and dwindle the confidence of a man. So when it comes time for that man to take a stand, he won't be able to take a stand because the media is already feminized. Okay, and it's harder for them to stay in the power seat because they fear that eventually one day some other guy's going to come, or a group of men are going to come in and infiltrate our business. That's what it's all about. Read the scripture. Nothing to talk about.
Psalm 64, verse 1. Hear my voice, O God, in my prayer. Preserve my life from the fear of the enemy. Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity.
Right. And hide me from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity. Because they have secret counsels and they do things by purpose. They plan things out and they invoke their plans out to the media. And people are wondering, oh, why am I doing this? Excuse me, let me reiterate what I'm saying. Let me say it differently. People think that the ideas that they have in their mind, they actually believe it's their own idea, when in fact it was an idea that was invoked by them, by the media. It was invoked to them by the media. You know? Go on, brother.
Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity.
And you know what too, let's break this down in a different way. It says to hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked. How are we hid from the secret counsel of the wicked? Because we've taken on what? This truth is now our hiding place. So when the devil throws out his darts out there, we can't get affected by those things. All right? His pseudo-wisdom and his understanding cannot affect us because we're hid by this knowledge and this understanding. All right? Go on, brother.
I'll just give a quick example.
Go on.
The jab.
Yes.
Right? Hey, no brothers in this truth took the jab because the Lord hid us from that witchcraft. All right?
Go on.
Hide me from the secret counsel of the wicked, from the insurrection of the workers of iniquity, who whet their tongue like a sword and bend their bows to shoot their arrows, even bitter words.
Right, and they bend their bows to shoot their arrows and even bitter words. So this devil is hell bent to destroy people and to destroy you in the process, because you being at a certain level of excellency doesn't benefit him at all. What benefits this devil is that you're a broken person. Yeah, that's why they broken your families up, so that when you're a child growing up in a broken household, you will develop broken what is the mannerisms. That's why you got these project rats running around the place. That's why you got these harlots and stuff like that, because they're pretty much victims of a broken situation. So now when they grow older, they don't know how to think and how to operate. They don't know how to build from scratch on up to support their people. Go on, brother.
Verse 4. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect. Suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not.
Yeah. And who is the perfect? The perfect represents the Israelites. Going back to when it was said that Jacob was a plain man. When you look at that word plain, it means to be perfect. So Jacob was a plain man, a perfect man dwelling in tents. The word is the mind. The Hebrew word is the mind, which means perfect. So the thing with Esau is, and another thing too as well, Esau's hell bent on keeping our people down for the simple fact of the matter that if we would have returned back to this, then it would be a wrap, it would be over. You want something to say, brother?
No, that's right, because when I was in hospital, I was supposed to have an operation by a counselor. Cracker next to me, and the Elamite, we were talking about different topics and stuff, and both of them said, very knowledgeable young man, knowledgeable this, that, but the reason why they said that is because their view of a so-called young black man is a guy, nigga have his pants and his ass you know, they thought I'll be of some kind of rapper or whatever. You get what I mean? Yeah, it's true because
Smoking weed.
yeah, because what Esau's done, he's put the lowest of the low of our people on Front Street, and he's pushed that out. So now, these young rugrats now, all they have to look up to is that.
Yeah.
That's the reason why this knowledge and our true history is truly what's it called? It's like kryptonite to the devil. Man. You know what I mean? It crushes all of that kind of
lies.
Degeneracy. Because in Jeremiah it said that we've degenerated as a people.
Yeah.
But Esau's helped us degenerate.
Yeah.
And then he's standing in judgment on us. Yeah, he's looking down on us.
Yeah.
But hang on, you're the main wicked force that has crushed us down. That shows you how much of a devil he is, man.
And this is the thing. And you know what, too, is what the reason why they need these Project Rugrats is to use them so that they can what? Destroy. Because remember we was talking about the other day, how Jake has a certain level of power that can influence people naturally, right?
Yeah.
So what they've done was they took the laws among us, like you mentioned, to glorify these guys and to influence other people to be like these Lord degenerates. So now, once you have a group of degenerates roaming around in a society, it's just not good for any society anyway, because a society cannot prosper with a bunch of degenerates. But the thing of it is, for the most part, really I would say the middle, the working class children, they're only going to get affected by that. And that's only to keep them leveled in their position. So if you have them as a broken people because they're listening to other broken people, then guess what? They're going to stay in that same predicament.
That's right.
So I want you to someone give me the precept where it talks about that it mentions on how they seek to cast him down from his excellency. I know I'm quoting wrong. If you know what I'm talking about.
Still a little bit more.
Go on.
Alright. Psalm 64, verse 4. That they may shoot in secret at the perfect, suddenly do they shoot at him and fear not.
Go on.
They encourage themselves in an evil matter.
Yep.
They commune of laying snares
There you go.
privily.
They commune and laying snares privily. And your snares are the women, your snares are the trappers, your snares is the trends. Nike, all of this stuff, the witchcraft and social that they put out in the media, all of this to ensnare you so that you can be destroyed. Okay? It's like even right now, what they're doing, they're in the process of doing away with religion. Pretty much. Which all of these religions are false anyway. But like I said, man, it's to get you away from the Most High. Because the closer you get to the Most High, it's like, for example, if you look at us, we're a hill. We've been made whole, okay? Because we've reconnected to the source. So Esau's job is to bring you further away from the source so that you can remain destroyed. So that he can rule over you and receive the benefits over you. All right? Go on, bro. And especially our people. He needs our people down and out. Because if we're down and out, everybody else is going to be down and out. Go on, brother.
They encourage themselves in an evil matter. They commune of laying snares privily. They say, who shall see them? They search out iniquities. They accomplish a diligent search.
And they're diligent when it comes to their works of darkness. Like they'll come up with one evil plan after the other, and they're consistent with it. Okay? They tap into the dark world. They get their answers from demons and stuff like that. Right? From the left-hand side, from Satan himself. And they will put those things into action. And when they put those things into action, it fucks people's lives up. Okay? You want to know why everyone is sick? Everyone has got demons on them. People got all kind of issues, bodily issues, mental issues, you name it, because we're under this devil, we're under his vibration, which is hell-bent on destroying. Okay? But see, the thing of it is with us brothers, yeah, we may be broken, but guess what? Being that we're in your house shine, we're what? Being healed. Okay? Or we are been made whole or healed. Because now we see what's going on. And when you see what's going on outside of this bullshit, guess what? Your mind is your conscious, your mind is clear. And if your mind is clear, then you operate clearly. Okay, go on, brother.
Ezekiel 28:3. Behold, thou art wiser than Daniel.
Right.
There is no secret that they can hide from thee.
Exactly. Esau knows everything. He knows the right thing to do, and he knows the bad to do. And he's going to do the bad because he was created to bring the bad. As it is also written, that the Lord created all things himself, yea, even the wicked before the day of evil. So the wicked is going to be the one to bring the day of evil, because he is an evil, wicked individual.
Yeah.
All right? Remember, they're the sons of perdition.
Yes.
Go on, bro.
Yeah.
Read some more now.
With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches,
Right.
and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures.
Huh.
But thy great wisdom and by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches.
Yeah, and that's Esau. Esau got into the power seat. He set up these different businesses and everything like that, off of the backs of us anyway. and he got us so much.
And this goes back into the pride we was talking about earlier.
Yeah.
And thine heart is uplifted.
Right, and that pride, that's when the pride comes in.
Yeah.
Go on.
Because of thy riches.
Because of thy riches. So, and that's another thing too. Esau gets mad rich when you're ignorant.
Right.
So when you're ignorant to what's really going on, what do you tend to do? Tend to buy things you don't need, because they're promoting this new Nike shoe, or the new Jordans that came out, or the new jacket, the new iPhone. So as you're consuming all of these goods, guess what? They're making bank off of you being under the influence of their debauchery, all of their demonic activity. Because you're ignorant, you're unconsciously aware. Like one guy was talking, right? You had a guy that was on, I think I was watching him on which could have been YouTube or one of the social media outlets. And he said he specializes in being a hypnotist. And the person that you can hypnotize more effectively is someone that's pretty much in a transitive state, someone that's not consciously aware. That's who can be more effective when it comes to being hypnotized, because you're not consciously aware. So, for example, for the most part, most people are not consciously aware of anything. So at this point, they're vulnerable and they easily get misled by what they're told. And that's what Esau wants you to be. He wants you to be in the transitive state so that he can tell you what to do and make him money, put money in his bank account, and also gain power. Go on, brother.
It's like something just came back to my mind. I think it's around 1997. The notorious B.I.G.
Yeah.
Notorious P.I.G. I like to call him.
Yeah.
He came out with a song called Hypnotize.
Yeah.
A lot of people used to look up to Biggie, see him as a role model, see Pac as a role model, and wanted to live after that lifestyle. They don't know what they're doing. They put the song was called Hypnotize, and the lyrics were Biggie, can't you see? Sometimes your words just hypnotize me.
Yeah,
That's
it's
affected
like
the whole generation, Jakes, man.
They say, and I just love your flashy ways. So they're looking at the material aspects
Like,
that's what they aspire to. When they look at these niggas like Jason, it's the money, for the money, they're not thinking about what they did to get to that.
And meanwhile, and let's not forget, these guys are low trifling Negroes.
Yeah, they're niggas.
They're the lowest of the low, and the media use these guys to become your idols. You can't make this shit up, man.
We're talking about that technology. I watched a video on, I think it was Instagram a couple of weeks ago, 2 weeks ago, and the way when you go to the Apple store, the way let's say you look at a MacBook or whatever, one of them laptops, they position the screen on the desk at 30 degrees, which is an awkward angle for someone that's standing up. So the psychology behind it is that when you go to check out the MacBook, you can't see the screen properly. So you touch it to move it, so it's appropriate for how you're standing and looking at the screen. And they know there's a psychology that when you touch something, you build an attachment to it. So they say, alright, cool, if you position the screen in an awkward angle, the consumer will touch it, and then subconsciously, I want to buy it.
They're giving into it. They're giving into it.
Yeah, because they made that attachment by touching the screen.
You're right.
So they get them on that consumerism. And if you ain't got the money, people be taking out credit loans and shit to buy off laptops.
Yeah. So this what's it called? Yeah, consumerism. And even with like Biggie and Tupac, like after they killed Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, they said that we need another black Messiah, and that was Tupac.
See?
That's why his
Yeah, you
last
know.
album was
Yeah.
him on a cross.
You know what
So
they're
that's
doing.
another thing that the devil did, and everyone loves that nigga.
Hey, do you know who that's? Edward Bernays.
Propaganda.
Yeah, but so Edward Bernays is the guy who ran the propaganda and knowledge how to basically get into your mind,
Yeah.
So it's like, when you look at KFC, McDonald's, and all that, they similarly have colours like red.
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Colour
saying?
codes,
So it's
yeah,
the colour and colour codes your brain is then attached to those.
And look, even
colours.
smelling is a part of your senses, and they use all fake smell
Yeah, fake
to make it sound smell nicer.
And they work for the extraction.
Extractor. Yeah, man.
It's like McDonald's. Every time you walk past a McDonald's, especially back in the day.
Oh, back in the day,
that
man.
smell.
Oh,
Yeah, you have
man.
that smell,
It
innit?
stinks now, but back in the day, woo,
It smell good. Didn't
that smelled good. Fish and chip shop. Wow, everything.
In Psalm 62 and 4, and it says, they only consult to cast him down from his excellence.
Yeah.
They delight in lies, they bless with their mouth,
You see?
but they curse inwardly.
You see?
That's
Heavy.
the whole. That's the
That's
whole
them,
goal.
man.
That's the devil. There you go. That's the whole goal of the so-called white man. His whole mission is just to pass you down, to keep you down, so that he can stay up. So the reason why Jake is like Jake, Jake like to question themselves at times, like how come we can't get along with the devil? Why they don't like me because I'm black? They ain't got nothing to do because you're black. What it's got something to do with you is you staying at the working class setting, so that pretty much you can be in that lower predicament and do some good with this economy. Yeah, it's a business, man. Like I mentioned earlier before, this whole world is a business.
It's a business. That's a good word, Ella. Business.
That's how it goes. And I mean, the world has always been a business.
Yeah.
Even with the children of Israel, you had your portion of land for the tribes, and this and that and the third. I mean, that's a whole topic for a different moment. But life is based on business anyway. But they see this whole world as a business.
Yeah.
Another way you could look at this life too is like a slot machine.
There you go.
It's designed for them to win.
Yes.
You
Yes.
can't. They make you win one bit,
Yeah.
but every time you pull down that
You're
lever,
gonna lose all the
you're gonna
time.
lose all the time. It's designed that way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And the reason why they do that is to give you this false sense of
Ah.
belief that you can win, like the whole idea of democracy.
Yeah.
Democracy is an illusion that you may convoke someone in and win, but it's all bullshit.
It's about life is about winning. That's what I come
Right.
to. The conclusion if I drop final speak tomorrow, you all right? The conclusion I came to so far would be life is about winning, right? When you think about all the so-called sports and life as well, you mentioned about the money. It's a business. No one respects second place. Everybody wants to be on top.
You see?
First place. So life is a business. You got a whole heap of money and you're doing well, reasonably well. You can get any women, most women you like. Namely, most women that you like. I was even there. You understand? Generally speaking, I'm just generally speaking. Even if you're a little bit ghetto rich, so-called ghetto rich, which means you can show someone a nice time. You got a
they
car.
still like you.
You go to most places. You can get women. But that's why it's all bullshit, man. I'm just lucky. I want to get practical.
No, talk.
That's why it's pure bullshit. It's bullshit, man. I don't like the more you think about it. If you're a winner, you get what you want. If you're second place or you're struggling, you're not. Yeah, I mean, people may settle, but they get bored of you quicker, and they move on to the next. It's women is about the next best thing, man. So it's bullshit when you put it down to you got to be winning. When you're winning, you get what you want.
Yeah.
That's how it goes.
Can I say something, Ella, if you don't mind me? What's that name of that man said he works in psychology and everything like that? What's it? Huh? Edward Bernays, right? I think it was about 15, 16 years ago. I was in Manhattan, and they used on psychology, right? Because I went to this gambling place. I can't remember this gambling place, right? And as soon as you get because they work on color, they work on the women, the drinks. As soon as you enter into this place, the casino, right? You have a woman standing there with a tray with free alcohol, right? So when you go in there, it's all well lit, all the colors. When you use on slot machines, it makes beautiful sounds.
Yeah.
So they get rid of the senses, they get rid of the eyes, the drink. They know how to use psychology, and you go up there with X amount of money, and you come up with, huh? Yeah.
You they really, like the elder said, they're diligent. Or like the
They're
scripture
diligent
said,
search. They know. They know.
that they're spending all their time on
Yeah.
money. So I have all these counsels. They have all these counsels for that.
Yeah.
It says that they search out iniquities, they accomplish a
Diligent search.
So they're diligent in
They know, man, they know.
in wickedness.
Wickedest.
And they have to do it to save their life. Because if they don't continue to be deceivers, then they're going to lose what they got. So they don't have a choice. They really don't, because you got to remember Esau's weak. Jake, what is it? Actually go into it. Somebody read you can read into it, brother. Genesis 25.
Oh, did you get that scripture about the unrighteous decrees? Did you get that one?
No, not yet. We'll get there.
Oh, okay, slack it. I thought you were slacking, bro. I thought you called for it, you know? Slack it, elder.
Go get a new Bible. Stand up. You ain't got that.
Oh, no.
That's an old joint right there.
Yeah, it's all
If you want, brother, you can use mine. But I mean, it's still a good use. You could just read the Psalm. Pause. Yeah. No, yeah, read it from the start.
from the start.
Not from the start, but you know.
21, Isaac retreated from the Lord his wife.
Go to 23.
23, yeah. Genesis 25, verse 23. And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb, and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels.
Yep.
And one people shall be stronger than the other people.
Here you go. So one people shall be stronger than the other people. So Esau's weak. Okay? And I mean, like, just because you're weak, it doesn't necessarily mean you can't win. You can win being weak. Like, for example, we're weak, and we're going to win through this knowledge and this understanding. We're going to get the victory. But what I mean by weak, I'm talking about inwardly. You know, Esau is a weak, pathetic bastard, is what he is. That's why he gave up his birthright from some red father to me. So a guy like that, because he's weak, what is he gonna do? He's gonna cheat to win. Because in order for you to win with that kind of heart that he got, you have to figure a way, how else am I gonna win? And what he figured out, which really he had the attribute already within him anyway, going all the way back to the serpent, is to deceive. He had the wisdom to deceive. That's how he's winning. So he can't win straight up. He can't do that.
And you can't win like that forever. There comes a point where people suss out your wickedness and they snuff it out. And that's the time we're in. The time we're in is that all the things that he's doing is not really working anymore.
They got this whole thing in America right now with people they're trying to, the Democrats and the Republicans are now joining forces to try and ban TikTok. Right? Because on TikTok, everyone is shitting on it. They're exposing all of this shit. Like, you know, if you go on YouTube, there's only so much they're going to let you say.
Yeah, I mentioned you.
Yeah, so you have them other platforms where you can say stuff on TikTok. So now he's sort of trying to shut it down because you're hearing everything. You're hearing everything. They're trying to do now. What they're doing is basically they're attempting to do in the future using the prophecies. They've got CBDC and all that stuff. All this stuff is coming. It's like the elders going into there. Now they're doing that. So back on that now to try and shut that down. They're being outspoken.
Because their power is in their lives. That's the only thing that they got to uphold themselves. That's why when you read the message of Esau, if you can, brother, about the shop, you can get 27, Genesis 27. His father Isaac blessed him with the sword. He said, "By thy sword thou shalt live." So it doesn't necessarily mean that he has the ability to destroy by his weapons of war, but he also has the ability to deceive you, to destroy you. Okay, because lying to a person can destroy a person too. That's right. 27 verse 5.
27. Genesis 27 verse 40. And by thy sword thou shalt live,
Check on your phone.
and shalt
it's working.
serve thy brother, and it shall come to pass, thou shalt have dominion, that thou shalt break the yoke from off his neck.
Which that right there is talking about a different time period.
Yeah.
David orders against David's work. Right? But the point is that he would live by the sword. So he would have
years
all
to
of
take
the
it to church.
abilities to
How
destroy.
many years?
And that includes his lies and his deception.
Slow, is it slow?
Oh,
Trickle
when
charge.
you put down heat,
It lasts long.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
also
it
put
takes
destroying apple, destroying the sense of the sons of God. And then that perpetual seed came into the sons of God, and it still lies in this first thing. So lies can also destroy man. That's why the scripture says a false tongue is an abomination to the Lord.
You might get
That's one of the things that the Proverbs, the Lord says 6 things I hate, 7 abominations. A proud look, a lying tongue. That's why, one of the first things the Lord wants the truth. Those little lies that you used to tell people? Do that. Once you start fearing the Lord, you put those lies to the bed. And especially in the Proverbs. Tell your brother, listen, I did this, I did that. Don't start lying, and those little lies. There's no such thing as that. The Lord-
White lies.
yeah, so-called white lies. And white is supposed to be purity. That's another lie that the devil has made.
Yeah.
He's calling himself white when he's red, man. You should have seen some of the nurses that were looking after him. Some of them were red.
Red
like,
no ass.
like beet red. Like,
Red is a straw.
yeah, red is a straw, just like like getting old, and some of them were younger than me, man. Looking at them like, all you jakes that are laying down, they might be, alright, when they're in their young ages, you may have some fun with them, but when they're getting older, we're gonna go for some younger jailbait.
Yeah.
Because that Edomite genes are weak.
Can't.
They age like stale milk.
Yeah,
They do look good young, but when they get old, man.
Yeah, they
You
get
see them on
old.
the bus, they're wicked as hell, man. It's like them patting in, but the scriptures actually talk about that. The wickedness of a person doth change with their countenance. So that's why when these Edomites get old, like look at what was that Prince Philip and shit? It's in the movie, when they get old, man, you see them.
They actually start to look like that.
Yeah, they look.
The skin becomes transparent.
Yeah, because
They
even
got them a little bit some close to get
supposed to always say that Jakes, even though a lot of us are black or off, we're angels in body, in the flesh.
Yeah.
Jakes, talking about the seed of Jakes. That matter what colour, we know about all that. Right? But we're angels in the flesh, but they're demons in the flesh.
Yes.
That's what they actually are. So when you say about when the countenance shows when they get older, you see that, you start to actually see what they really look like, the demons.
You brothers can
Yeah, because the time we're in now, it's really about, like you've gone, the Lord's put you out of darkness, He's put you into light. Now you're coming into a period where you've gone through tribulation and stuff, and the Lord's brought you through those tribulations. But now we're coming into like when you look at these World War I and World War II documentaries, and you see soldiers talking about World War II and what they went through, and they start crying. We're gonna go for a time that is worse than that.
Oh yeah.
Time coming is and get Jeremiah 13:7. The time coming is called Jacob's trouble for a reason, man.
Nice.
It's called Jacob's trouble for a reason, man. Because this devil and his cohorts, the Chinese and all that, they know who every Israelite is in every country, man. I had a Somalian nurse, right? And she was nice and that, and I was talking to her, and I said the Bantu in Somalia, because Bantu is like Hebrew, right? I said, the Bantu people in Somalia, are they treated good? And she said, I'll be honest, they're not treated good. I said, those are my people. And I said, what is the main stigma against them? Oh, because they're very darker and this, that, and the other. And I said, there you go. And at least she was honest about it. But those Bantus are who? They're Israelites, man. All right? So that's why it's called United Nations.
United against Israel.
Yeah, they united against us, man. We are the big prize, man. Let's get this first one. It's alright. It's alright. That's the time that we're in, man. We're in that. I keep meditating on that, man. I keep meditating. I keep saying to the Lord, I say, if you take my mum before Jacob's trouble, I'll be happy. I'm telling you, that's how real it's time to get it. But the time we're in now, I'm glad that I'm totally separate from it. And really, I've always been totally separate from the Edomites, man. Even though when I was like 17, 18, I used to go out there and women. But you got the mark of the beast, bro. Yeah, the mark of the beast is not sleeping with Edomites, man.
That's a good one,
Alright?
Caleb.
We have to make that firm, man. Alright, the mark of the beast is the microchip, man. Yeah, and this guy, this devil Elon Musk, he's promoting it through neurology as well. So that goes into the scripture where it says your right hand on your forehead. That's right, yeah. All right, you know.
That's another part of their seducing ways because they'll have you believe Elon Musk is on your side.
Oh yeah,
He buys Twitter and now you can have free speech and it's for the people.
It's not for the people, man. And he bought Twitter because Twitter has so many followers. And when you register, you have to put your details in there. So now he's got data collection of people. He's serving his master Satan, man.
In Proverbs 12 and 26, it says the righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
And when we are the righteous, because in our instincts, there's certain things that we just don't do that the Edomite would do, man. You know, there's certain things in us, man. For example, we like to cook our food properly.
Exactly, yeah.
And
True.
they like their food raw or even jumping on the plate, man.
Yeah.
You know? No, it's true, man.
And
Yeah.
frogs. And frogs legs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, like over there in like Mexico, Issachar, he's eating insects and stuff like that, which is very protein and nutritious.
Yeah.
But this devil's eating frog legs and things that are wiggling in your mouth and stuff like that, man.
Things that are unlawful.
Yeah, things that are basically unlawful, man.
Some insects you can eat, like locusts,
Yeah,
but you can't eat like worms and slugs and snails.
yeah, that's it. All right, so the righteous is what? More excellent than his neighbor. So that means that we are much better than all these races. Remember, the Edomites are the lowest race on the planet Earth. They're the lowest, man.
Yeah, basically.
So that's you. That's like the Chinese is here.
Yeah.
The Ammonites are a little bit up here. But the Edomites are here, man. They're dirt. They're the lowest of the low, man. And you are bowing down on one knee, asking an Edomite woman or Edomite man to marry you, man. That shows you that you guys are gone, man. Right? See?
It says, but the way of the wicked seduceth.
Yeah, like pornography, man. Like you black women in pornography, man. Doing what the Edomite woman does, man. Licking out another woman, doing this, doing that. You know? Wearing revealing clothes. And I've realized that whatever these devils do, our women especially follow, because they are the weaker vessel. They're easily led, and you know why? Because the so-called black man is out of his mind at the moment. He's living in hell, and this devil is oppressing him, or he's in prison, whatever. So this black woman is running wild, doing what she wants to do. So when you actually find a decent Israelite woman, a treasure, I'm not saying treasure that woman, but hold on to that. Hold on to that. That's rare, man.
According to I was just gonna say
That's the spirit.
I
I know you're going to say, if you find it a wife,
Ecclesiastes says there are snares and nets, but there's not one among 1,000.
Okay.
So
yeah.
just adding to what you're saying.
I read it. It says, what's that?
Just a quick point I want to say, if I may, right? Just to correct your point, you said that the Israelite man is out of his mind right now, so the black woman can do what she wants.
Yeah.
Really, the black woman threw the Israelite man under the bus. That's why he's out of his mind. She put him in the condition. She helped forward the affliction.
Helped
man.
it, yeah.
What's that? Micah 7 and 10. Then she that is my enemy, my eyes shall behold him. The nigger woman has become the enemy, as we said, second place to Esau now. So that's part of the reason why we're kind of out of our minds at the moment.
Well, and even if we're not out of our minds, they're listening to us anyway.
There you go.
The undermining, really, both of you, both right, we're all right.
But she's living her best life.
Yeah,
She's doing what she wants to do, and she's sparing the thought for what about my man?
Yeah.
What about my children? What about my nation?
Yeah.
She's just thinking about her. So it's like, as the scripture says, because iniquity shall abound, but the Israelite woman is falling out of love with her man.
Yeah.
So that's why she's going all wild.
And she's fallen out of love with her man. She's fallen out of love with her nation.
Exactly.
Right.
That's why when you go into hospital, some of the worst nurses are the black nurses, man. They're cold, man. I'm telling you, cold-hearted. These other Cushite women and all that, they're better nurses than some of our women. You know?
Esau's in the power seat, right? So they're looking to make it to Esau. That is their model masculinity. Because he's passed down.
Yeah, he passed down at the bottom.
So,
You know what I'm saying?
women now, they call it swirlers. So they basically, they're dealing with Edomite. And really for them, it's like, it's that credit, that Edomite credit that they want to have, you know what I'm saying? Because they know that Esau's the power, it's easy for them. You know, they get the good credit, they get the good jobs, they got the money and all that. So that's what they do. And it shows you what they women are really about anyway. It's just, what's the word I'm looking for? What is the material thing? Again, material.
She's trying to find out the curses by
Yeah, that's it. But she's not thinking. She's thinking of herself. Like when we went to Cambridge recently, there was an Israelite woman who was pregnant, and when she was Edomite man, and when she saw us and she was rolling by us, she had seen her face. She was trying to hide herself. Yeah, trying to hide herself. And all that. You know why? Because she knew in her spirit that she did something wrong. That's why. So the ways of the wicked are seducing our people. And therefore, if you don't come out of that in the time period, when that Jacob's trouble hits, it's going to be some real judgment.
Be patient, deal with it. You can do that.
We can stand here all day and say, you this, do that. And start saying the other words. Ecclesiastes 7 and 26. It says that, and I find more bitter than death, the woman whose heart is snares and nets, and her hands as bands. Whoso breathes with Yahweh shall escape from her, but the sinner shall be taken by him.
And we've seen that in this camp. Yeah, but we've seen a good example of that, man. How a wicked woman took away a wicked piece of crap, man. And good riddance, man. We don't fuck that side.
Verse 27 says, behold, this I have found, saith the preacher, counting one by one to find out the account. Which yet my soul seeketh, but I find not. One man among 1,000 have I found, and a woman among all those have I not found.
There you go. So there's no such thing as queens and divas, man. And the word diva means what? Goddess, I think it is. And these women are not to be worshipped, man.
And so there's a narrative now when it's talking about how we all come from. That's the new thing now.
Oh, is it?
I saw this guy that was anyway, his thing is, we all come from the black people. That's how they fit the basic biology. Come from the seed, man. It's like the seed.
that's the case, what art did he do?
Yeah.
When the Most High said, I will destroy the earth by the flood, which woman did he come and speak to? Said to prophesy for 120 years.
Yeah.
Stop talking like I get angry. People need to stop talking that shit. Come back to the reality, man. The Most High's voice is the sons of men. The Most High has always dealt with men.
Yeah.
We're not like important, man. For example, what was Joseph? When Joseph was in Potiphar's house, right, and Potiphar's wife was trying to seduce him, Joseph fell out the window. What was Potiphar's wife's name? When Lot was fleeing Sodom and Gomorrah, right, his wife looked back, right? What was Lot's wife's name? See, I'm trying to make the point. Women ain't that important, right? See, there's certain women who've done righteous things, right, and their names were recorded in the scriptures. But most women, if they ain't that important, man, they ain't that important.
Yeah, it's just Lot's wife. One woman means serve the man, but this devil has turned everything upside down. He's basically God, and he's flipped everything upside down. That's why Yahweh is coming to turn everything the right way.
Numbers 1 and 18. Yeah? It says that they assembled all the congregation together on the first day of the second month. And they declared their pedigrees after their families by the house of their fathers, according to the number of the names. 20 years old.
There you go. So that's a man's sperm that is representative of your race, your nationality. So there's no such thing as mixed race and all that stuff. You know, and the society perpetuates that. And that causes nothing but confusion. But with the Lord is in us.
Even the etymology of father means origin. So the man is the origin, carries the seed. He impregnates the woman, she brings forth the child. Really, the child belongs to the father.
The child belongs to the father.
And the woman, the wife also belongs to the
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
That's right. And the daughter belongs to her father until she's married to her husband.
Yeah. 2 Corinthians 11 and 22 says, are they Hebrews? So am I. Are they Israelites? So am I. Are they the seed of Abraham? So am I. So it's talking about the seed. It doesn't ever speak about the wounds of the Israelites.
Yeah, the seeds.
There's so much genealogy in the scriptures that it talks about the father's going all the way to this.
Talk about the mothers too, man. And that's why this, if you don't accept this truth now, don't worry, when Jacob's trouble comes, alright, you women, you're gonna accept it. Because you know what they're gonna do? They're gonna start running behind man and say, come help me, protect me. You know? You're gonna want a man to protect you in that time, man. You know? But now they look at us up there, man.
On the point where we're talking about this shows that sometimes the ancient men or the ancient kingdoms are wiser than this current kingdom right now, right? Exodus 1, and it says from verse 15, and the king of Egypt spake unto the Hebrew midwives, of which the name of one was Shiphrah, and the name of the other was Puah. And he said, when you do the office of the midwife to the Hebrew women, and see them upon the stools, if it be a son, then ye shall kill him. But if it be a daughter, then she shall live. So why did they want to slay all the sons of the Israelites? Because they knew that the seed came from the fathers. That's it. The Israelite woman could marry an Egyptian man, but she bring back Egyptian children. See, they understood this back then, and they wanted to stop us from multiplying, so they really slay the sons.
That's it.
It's not even that difficult. It's simple. It's simple, obvious, but
Quality is changing.
yeah, that's right. It's that feminism. Quality, have to say that it's, both parents are, the woman, the DNA, and we the ones that carry, they talk about carrying babies for our lives. We always carry. Always carry.
Yeah, that's it.
And we can just, and we can, and that means we can bring about our peace from any of these women.
Yeah, we can bring them with there's that black girl that's in China that was on Pop Idol. Her father, you saw that video, didn't it? Her father was African American, man. And they were giving her hell, man. They were calling her chocolate flower. They were calling her chocolate flower. They were they made websites making that she's a gorilla, just so that she can't get to the final, and she got knocked out, man. You know. But if you look at her and look at her features, she's an Israelite woman, and her genealogy is through the man. Nothing to do with the woman. The woman's just like an incubator, man. Where your seed goes in, right to the ground, and it cultivates it, and then out comes the child. You know. But because this devil is a homosexual, he's anti-life. He's propagated that we should worship women, man. You know? Like this place that we're standing behind now. You know that guy, what's his name? Paul O'Grady? Lily Savage. Yeah, the man that plays transvestite. A man called Lily Savage or whatever. He died the other day. Yeah, and they announced it in Parliament, saying that he's a national treasure. What? And by the way, he used to play in that tavern over there.
Oh yeah, that's what you said. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, Paul O'Grady.
Yeah, oh, he's got flowers outside the door. Hey, let's praise the Lord for killing that crap, man. No?
Listen, I'm going to say this on the side.
That's what I'm noticing.
Yeah. I've never said this. But before this place was what it is now, I used to have strippers in it. And I know because I've been in it once.
I remember that. Oh, you said
one time.
I remember that.
Someone took me there. So I was opening up brilliant and they took me there. We didn't know what to see there. You know what I mean? Yeah, you know, sitting there. And it's there, you know, it's doing this. Yeah, it shows them how they contrast it now, you see. Yeah. And they've taken that away. They'll say that's righteousness, but they've taken that as being name.
Yeah, you got that there.
And that's what you see in the day.
Yeah, that's all you see now. It's all there to corrupt the mind, man. You know? It's all there to corrupt, what's it called? It's all basically it's the population. It's the agenda of the Antichrist, and anti means against, and Christ means what? Anointed. So everything they're doing really is against Yahweh and His truth, man. But they ain't gonna be able to succeed. They're only gonna take the ones that the Lord doesn't want, man. If someone get that Jacob trouble, because it's called Jacob trouble for a reason. And the spirit, brother over there, was talking about women earlier on. I'm telling you, man, you women that are watching and the ones that you are taking seriously, may the Lord be with you, may Yahweh Shai be with you. The ones of you that are not, I'm telling you, you're going to lose your mind. Right. In Nigeria, when they stopped all the cash, when they said you couldn't take out money, there was an Israelite woman on the floor, on her back, banging her head on the concrete. Huh? Because she could, no, it's not funny. I know, she was bugged out because she couldn't get the little money she had out of her bank account. Because remember, Nigeria is just a satellite of Britain. The white man runs Nigeria, man. Alright? You Israelites over there in West Africa, you're not running nothing. The white man runs that country. You know what? It's lucky. You know why I say that's the bug out? Yeah. Because how is behaving like me, you're going to change the situation. Yeah, I know.
The money has. That's the whole money has despair with it when they have it. Yeah. And that's what's going to happen. That's how he's going to trick the masses into taking this thing. Taking this thing.
I'm going to follow right behind you and sit on.
You see cash is going to start throwing around once the economy crashes.
We're going to get that. Alright, and then we're going to get microchip, and then we're going to get World War III. Those are the next prophecies before you have to. That's right, man. So we're right, like you know when you've done the marathon, running the marathon, you know, and they're right near the finish line. Yeah, in prophecy, we're right near the finish line, man. That's why I said to myself, hang on, it's the third time this operation has been cancelled. But I never really, I took it, but I didn't really despair of it. Because I know that we're going to control. Maybe the other, even the guy next to me, he said he was a Christian, he said, in my mind, shall I bring this up, yeah? Jeremiah 30, I'll start at verse 6. Ask me now and see whether a man doth travail with child. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail? See, so when a woman is giving birth, she's like, ah! That's how that Nigerian woman was. She was banging her head. on the concrete like this. She couldn't get no money out, man. But you know the reason why she was doing that? Because her life is hard enough. She's only got a little bit of money in her account, and that wicked government said you can't take it out, man.
Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces of pale turned into paleness. Alas, the day is great, so that there is none like it.
None like it.
It is even the time of Jacob's trouble. He shall be saved out of it.
He shall be saved out. So Jacob's trouble, it didn't say Edomite's trouble. It didn't say Moab's trouble. It said Jacob's trouble. And you know what? The weird thing about it is we've been in areas like we've been in King's Cross, all these areas, and they don't even want to listen to us. That shows you that they're marked for death. That's the reason why the Lord took us to Brixton. And I'm glad that we don't, I drove through Brixton today. I'm glad that we don't teach in Brixton, man. Nothing changes. Yeah, nothing. I hate Brixton, man. Hey, death to Brixton, man. You know, Brixton has been colonized by your oppressor anyway, man. That's his area, man. He's gentrified your area. You know, he's gentrified your area.
And it shows you, it just shows you that you don't know what
Yeah, we don't.
he can just move wherever you are, he can just come in, take over, build up his shops, build his high-rise apartments that you can't afford.
No affordable housing. They had on a debate the other day about affordable housing, and they're talking about all these areas need affordable housing, but the houses they're building is mainly for the Edomites and middle class Edomites as well, man. So that day of Jacob's trouble, all right, is around the corner, man.
That's
All right,
that's all it takes.
now you can start from Matthew 24 verse 7. Because I'm going to prove to you that the pandemic we had and all the things that have been going on is prophecy in this Bible.
Matthew 24:7, it says, for nation shall rise against nation.
So nation shall rise against nation. That's one nation against another nation. That's really big, right? All right? But there's 18 nations in the Bible. So that's to come, man. And that's why we have all this asylum seeker madness that's going on. You know, they're saying that they're going to put them on boats or ships or... Yeah. And the main problem, the main people that have got a problem with people coming to this country are the Edomites. The wickedest nation to ever... and they've gone around every other nation and never had any immigration papers.
See how this small we've got a whole bunch of Edomites now running this country.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are imposing these things, trying to bring in these people.
Yeah.
And I just can't confuse this sort of
Racist. I said that the other day.
Edomites. That's why it's going back to what you said about the
Innocent church. And the Home Secretary now is what? An Elamite woman, who is an Indian woman, isn't it, from Uganda. And Pretty Patel's from Uganda as well, right? And they were saying that we need to stop the boats, you know? But they did that, so they can't say that, obviously, racist policy. See, we know the tools of the devil, man.
It says that Matthew 24:7, it says, for nation shall rise against nation.
That's race riots, that's coming.
And kingdom against kingdom.
Hey, kingdom against Ukraine's a kingdom, and Russia's a kingdom. They're going there.
And there shall be famine and pestilences.
Hey, is there not food banks everywhere? Is there not, because of the Ukraine war, a grain shortage? And even Putin said in his latest address, he did an African conference, and he said, by the way, when we did the deal, only 2% of the grain went to Africa, which is exactly right. He said the rest of it, that shows you how the devil is.
And pestilences and earthquakes in diverse places.
Hey, now we had an earthquake over there in Turkey, right? We had that, and by the way, that earthquake was beautiful, man. Because the other day they killed an Israelite woman in Turkey. They arrested this girl, went to school, and they killed her, man, based upon her race. Fucking Turks, man. All right. But before that, he said something. He said pestilence, and pestilence is what? Pandemics, man. So we had the coronavirus, right? So all these things are happening, and people are just thinking, oh, this is just normal. But it's God doing it, man. The Heavenly Father and His Son doing this stuff. All right?
Verse 8, all these are the beginning of sorrows.
All these are the beginning of sorrows. So these are the beginning of sorrows. So there's more sorrows to come, man.
Yeah, man.
And the next one is called Jacob's trouble.
You see?
You know? And then you have Jacob, whether it be Jake women or Jake men, just walking by us, looking at us like, what are these niggas talking about? You know? That's how we know that there's going to be like black, you know, like in the Middle Ages, we had that pandemic called the Black Death. Hey, the Black Death is going to be times 2,000, man. There's going to be black bodies everywhere around England, man. And it's going to be you Jakes, but the ones of you that are listening to this, taking this seriously, the Lord is going to have a protective hedge around you, man. All right? The Lord is not like a human being where, you know, like you can help someone all their life and then just forget about the good that they've done. You know what I mean? The Lord is not like that. And if you think about it, we've been wretched all our lives, but the Lord has brought us here, man. There's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's one brother there, there's a brother there, there's a brother there, brother there, brother there, brother there, man. Alright, so the Lord ain't forgotten about anyone. You know? So this is a privileged truth to be in, man. So you want to invest time in this, man. Alright, you want to take this deadly seriously, man. These Edomites and these other races don't even know what's coming. So we have an advantage. We know what's coming. Right?
But even some of their heathens do know what's coming, but they can't. It's not, this ain't for them.
Yeah,
So they can know as much as they like, but they're going to get destroyed.
Yeah, that's it, man. They're going to get destroyed, man. But they said all these are the beginning of sorrows, man. Now, what I wanted to ask you, man, we asked me Mark's right? So we got more hell coming, right, for Jake. Then we got, what's it called? After that hell, when all chaos is ensued, they're going to introduce what this is. Yeah, the way the economy.
Lord willing, brother.
Let me just repeat just quickly what our elder, one of his recent live streams, he said, Elder Tar, Elder Zucker, I missed out the word. I missed that word sometimes. Sometimes I check myself, I missed that word. But, so that's Elder Apostle Tahar said in one of his latest streams that it looks like we're not going to be coming out of this kingdom out this year, because this was the year of the hopeful year will come to pass. But it looks like it may not be this year from what he said. Yeah. If I'm missing his word that. But that's what he said. But now he said maybe we may be out of it at the beginning of next year, in the first month of next year, maybe. He said, but nobody knows the day and the hour, not even your whole shot. Yeah. But you know, he likes to give us a little gauge sometimes. Yeah. You know, but that's what he said.
Because look at the banking. How many banks have gone down? Silicon Valley Bank, Credit Suisse has gone down. And another bank has gone down. And when the banks start going down, that's when they're going to introduce that chip.
And you're going to get a lot of people that are going to remove themselves from using the dollar when it comes to the dollar.
That's it. I'm not going to lie to you.
The dollar's fucked. So let's fix it.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie to you, folks. This is one of the things contested.
Oh, yeah. Big time. You're right. I agree with you.
We've all been through a lot of stuff in our life.
Already.
Since we was talking.
Already.
That's one of the first questions I asked you when I used to come by the camp, stand up and I said to you,
Yeah.
Jacob's trouble. And I remember what you said. I said, nah, man. I said, man, I've been through a lot of that. But we're going to have to go through Jacob's trouble.
Yeah, we're gonna have to go.
Oh, at least tell me that. No, not you. That's all we need. You've already been through a lot. But the reality is the reality, man.
That was when we was in Tottenham, isn't it?
But I'm still hoping.
Revelation 12:12. Therefore rejoice in heavens that we don't go in there.
Pray,
Go to the inhabitants of the earth and of the sea. For the devil is sunk down unto you, having great wrath, because he knows that he hath no shame.
Yeah, so if we're the saints and he's the devil, he's definitely going to concentrate on his manpower against us. He's going to, you know, just like when they had the Boston Marathon that day, they went to that water town, is it?
Video, and he showed the video all Jakes, they were chasing down Jakes, man. All these Jakes.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I know you're talking about.
You see all these military guys with the hair up and things,
Yeah.
and they're just chasing down Jake, and they're all actors, by the way.
Yeah.
Like, so it's actors. but
Yeah,
they
yeah,
help Jake, so it's like, that's getting into the mind of these guys.
The mind, yeah. They had a place called Guardian Centres where they had mocktails, and Alex Jones said,
That's basically what it is.
yeah, the mocktails, and he goes, it shows the military rounding people up, and every one of them was black. And now that's newsworthy right there, but you can see when he was saying it, he had a little smirk on his face, because he's an Edomite himself, man, and he knows who we are, he knows that we're literally Israel. Yeah, so boy, man, our faith is going to be tested, man.
You got to be set up to serve a purpose, to be the counter narrative.
Yeah.
To the main narrative.
Yeah.
If you notice, they silenced the shut people out. When did they do that? It's like
I was going to say this because I remember bosses are saying that. Bosses believe in this straight. I'm just saying that. I don't know. I'm just saying that's what they believe. So that's what's out there right there. So that's what they're talking.
If he is, let the Lord decide. But the fact is that because he's in a, what do you call it, control the position. You know what I'm saying? So my point being is that if you notice, when you see one man being hit, they shut down the platform.
Yeah, they closed it down.
Back since, you know why? Because they don't need a shot. Because now they don't need that counter narrative to get people, oh, what about this? Now they're pushing their agenda. It's like, look, if you're not with us, we're going to shut your platform down. We don't want any, like, we can't even send it down worse. Otherwise, it's our video.
Yeah, that's it.
So my point is that the devil's riding out. So all them kind of guys like David, like I was saying,
Anthony Hilda. Yeah, I think he's dead now, isn't he?
He died far back. But he's like one of the old school.
Yeah, one of the old school. And he said it. He went to what's that called? Nation Islam. I think it was Nation Islam. And he said that the government's got plans to round the black people. And by the way, Anthony Hilda is a cracker. And his woman was a black woman, man. And nice looking black woman as well, man.
But you know what, brother? All the time, when you see a man dealing with a black woman, so-called, it doesn't mean that he likes black people, you know.
No, of course.
It don't mean that.
It just means that they get on.
Let us get on. That's all.
Sometimes it's just like what they call them the women are like, it's basically prostitution because they get a comfortable life. This is the white man kingdom. Bed wenches, that's what they call it. Bed wenches. So they don't necessarily like each other.
No, they don't. I'm telling you.
Woman that had she had a white husband. She died about a year ago. And her husband was a white man. And he used to go to all the super cell meetings and that and the other. I know he don't like us, man. You know what I mean? And he's definitely an Edomite. He didn't believe in God true, you know. But her life, she went on holidays, this, that.
Yeah.
She had her in a wheelchair, hey, so she had her life, man. Okay? So all that comfort's coming to an end, man. Have you got the mark of the beast?
Revelation 13, starting from verse 16 on down. And he calls it all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bond, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads.
And that mark is in the Greek is corrupt. It's an incision. Alright? And you see on the videos where they're doing the chip, they do it right here, isn't it? Yeah, between the thumb and the hand. Alright? So no one might not buy and sell except they have the mark. So you crash the system. And listen, a lot of them are not people, they're nervous because it's a totally different new thing.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a new paradigm. Some of them, because in 2008, when they had the banking crisis, many bankers committed suicide because they thought it was happening then. You know? So we're talking about a time never seen before.
And also, they don't know the response. We know that a lot of people are going to go for it according to the scriptures, but they don't really know that. So it's like you said, it's a risk for them. They're doing it anyway, but they don't know how people are going to react to it. Really.
Yeah, they don't
You're
know.
pushing people into a corner now. So they're probably expecting mass riots and all sorts of stuff, which they're probably going to see some of that.
I remember now with the advent on the internet. Rothschilds, all them people. So their security is going to be sky high. All that comes up. So those are the last prophecies left, but the ultimate prophecy is how Shai comes back in the clouds. Alright, Revelation 1 says, I think it's 13:56. See the Son of Man coming in the clouds with great power, great glory. Because believe me, that Yahushua coming back is going to be like, wow. You know, it's going to be something that races. Yeah. So there was a video on YouTube where in America they had a farm, Edomite farmer, and his farm was infested with chariots, and they were all the same little chariots. They were like they looked like pyramids, and they were like and he was just filming it. He was like, I can't believe this, you know. But the Lord has instilled and given us a secret to know what they are, so we don't have to fear that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, the
But the Lord is preparing us for these tribulation times, and these are tribulation times. Some great times, because degeneracy is going to be gone. We ain't going to see our people going out on the street and being degenerates no more. They're going to be put to death. They're going to be sacked. All right. Lord willing, God's army is going to slay the wicked ones of our people, and they need to go. All right. That's why you need to be get it in your mind that your family is going to die. All right. It's not going to be easy because we're all human, so we all have feelings and stuff like that. I'm telling you, man, many of our family members are going to be slain.
Revelation 13 and 16 says that he causeth all, both small and great, rich and poor, free and bonds, to receive a mark in their right hand or in their foreheads, and that no man might buy or sell, save he that had the mark, or the name of the beast, or the number of his name.
Yeah, so that's why when you see a homeless man swearing for some money or doing that, you shouldn't mock that, because that's how we're going to be in that time. We're going to be low and just the Lord is going to try, but we shouldn't look down on him. Last week, we had a Edomite guy, a bit drunk, who came up, we camp.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, do you remember?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he was quoting Bible scriptures at us, right? I think he left early, but he was quoting Bible scriptures. He was quoting, and we agreed him, you know, and that's me and Jake. It's really you say that you shouldn't look down at those people, because at the end of the day, if we don't cooperate with the devil's system, that's how we're going to be in the time. And you might get drunk in that time to get your house through.
When I was on the bus on the way to camp, I was looking at this guy who's outside the supermarket, and he's asking my Edomite looking guy, and this old Edomite would come out with two other people, and he asked him, I didn't know, so seeing the way she sneered, turned her head like she didn't see him, it's like, that's going to be you, bitch.
Yeah.
Remember that.
Hey, if he grabbed her or something, then you can, you know what I mean? But at the end of the day, you should look down on the homeless people, because in the end of the day, we're not going to run this devil system. We don't want to be destitute like that, man.
You know, it's like the homeless people. We're catching how like they catch it.
That's it. That's it. You have compassion on those people, you know? You know what I mean? We don't look down on them. We had that last week. Yeah, man. We can't do that. In that time, we're going to be like
When they
that.
ask me for money, I just
Because we're not going to
look at
comply
them
with this
straight
devil
in my
system.
cold face. Give them a stone face.
No, I was asking if he's
Remember when we was fucking down and that? They make sure you know.
1 and 7.
You don't have to look
Behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, even though they which also pierced him, and all the kindreds of the behold, he cometh with clouds, and every eye shall see him, and they also which pierced him, and all the kindreds of the earth shall wail because of him, even so, amen.
That's it. So those are all the prophecies left, unnecessary. If you can correct me, I've left a prophecy out.
You mentioned it now. You mentioned in scripture. You mentioned
World War Three. You know, we didn't put that out,
right,
but
brother.
World War
Likewise, you
Three
good.
is a major prophecy in the Bible. Man.
Stay that way, bro.
One last scripture, Isaiah 45, 43 and 11. Alright? Isaiah 43 and 11. Because at the end of the day, we ain't got nothing except the Lord. You know?
So Isaiah 43 and 11, it says, even I am the Lord,
Yep.
and beside me there is no Savior.
There's no savior, man. So your woman can't save you. Alright? Your money definitely ain't gonna save you. Your money's probably destroyed for you too. Alright? You know? The Lord is gonna save us, man. That's it. You know, and He brought us there. He's brought us through the hell that we've gone through that far. You know? So why lose faith now? Alright? Was that it?
Yeah, man. Close up.
All right, bro. They must have been that, man. Don't give me praises to
Yahweh, Hashem, Yahushai, Hashem, Rakadash. Shalom.
You gonna stop it?
You go. No, nice.